Good evening. Welcome to tonight's recognition program. I'm Dennis Peterson, Superintendent of Schools. We begin each regular school board meeting recognizing the outstanding accomplishments of students, staff, and community members for their positive impact on our district. The students we celebrate tonight have earned recognition as National Merit semifinalists or have earned a top score of 36 on the ACT. We also have the opportunity to honor Minnetonka teachers this evening. The students recognized tonight were asked to speak about two teachers who have made a significant positive impact on their life and education. We arranged individual virtual meetings for our students to surprise their honored teachers and to read remarks to them directly. We are pleased to share those with you this evening. I extend a warm welcome to all National Merit semifinalists, top ACT score recipients, honored teachers, and families of all of our honorees who will be watching this evening. Before we begin, I would like to share a bit more about what earning the National Merit semifinalist designation and top ACT score means. The National Merit Scholarship Competition recognizes students who score among the nation's best on the PSAT test taken during their junior year of high school. Our semifinalists are among students who scored in the top 1% of the 1.5 million juniors who took the PSAT nationally. In 2002, Minnetonka had just 2 National Merit semifinalists and 7 commended students. This year, 20 years later, the class of 2022 had a record-breaking 32 National Merit semifinalists, the most ever for a class at Minnetonka High School. Earning a top score of 36 on the ACT is a rare achievement that only 0.3% of test takers achieve. So far, 13 members of the class of 2022 have already earned this score. They will be recognized this evening. We will now recognize our National Merit semifinalists and top ACT score recipients. Madison Andrews. Madison is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hello, I'm Madison Andrews, and to Ms. Gluck, I have to say that the 2 years I spent with you and 4 or 5 navigators were truly magical, and you encouraged me to be silly, explore whatever it is that caught my eye at the time, and I'll always remember the book competition wall and the pet peeves wall. One of the most striking memories I have of my time with you was the back to school event in 5th grade when you pulled me aside and offered me the opportunity to go straight into algebra. And I stared at you like a deer in the headlights, but you assured me I'd be fine. And it seems hard to envision being scared of a challenge now, especially in math. So thank you so much for supporting me and teaching me the value of curiosity and persisting through challenges.
Aw, I'm so proud of you.
And then to Dr. Say, thank you for being an excellent mentor throughout my journey in Tonka research, but first and foremost as my AP chemistry teacher, and the energy you brought to teaching made me look forward to 4th hour every day, even if we were learning the nitty gritty of stoichiometry or intermolecular forces. And I popped in every couple weeks since AP Chem to pick your brain for ideas to solve problems I run into in my research project. And without fail, you always have something to give me, even if it is telling me to go run my own experiment. So thank you so much for providing unwavering encouragement to my projects. And thanks to you, I've chosen to pursue a career in biochemical research.
That's awesome, Madison. Anytime. You always just had such a great point of view, and I just loved having those conversations with you because it was obvious that you were just always thinking. It was just wonderful, and it's so awesome to just see the direction and the path that you continue to take here from Minnetonka and beyond. So it's very exciting that this is happening for you.
Andrew Birch. Andrew is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hi, Mr. French.
Hey, how's it going, Andrew?
Good. How about you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Hi, Mrs. Peterson.
Andrew!
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Hi, my name is Andrew Birch, and I'm going to read my National Merit remarks. So, Mr. Finch, going into junior year, I didn't really expect to enjoy AP Bio that much because I hadn't really had much prior interest in biology. But throughout the year, after each class, I constantly found myself excited to learn more. You always made class really fun and engaging, especially when we were able to return to class in person. We covered a lot of difficult content at a really fast pace, but it never really felt like it because class was always taught in like a really fun and engaging way. And I was better prepared for the AP tests than any of my others last year or that I've taken so far. So, where I once didn't have that much interest in biology, it's now something I could maybe even see myself studying in college. So, thank you so much for being an awesome teacher.
You're welcome.
And Mrs. Peterson, honors English communications remains to date one of the best classes I've taken in my academic career. From acting out a scene of Julius Caesar to building a social media page for the imaginary business, I always had a ton of fun while also developing extremely valuable skills. The writing, analysis, and presentational skills I learned from you in freshman year have given me like a huge advantage throughout all of high school and will continue to do so in college and a future career. So thank you so much for being a fantastic teacher, and I look forward to the rest of the year in AP Sem.
You're welcome, and likewise.
Ethan Best. Ethan is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Ethan, what is up?
Hello.
Oh, wow.
How you doing?
I'm
Yeah.
good. How are you?
Good. Good.
Awesome.
Good to see you.
Good to see
Yeah.
you too. You two were my teachers that I selected, and I've got some remarks here that I'm going to read to you guys as to why I selected you. So we'll start with Mr. Barr here. And so I wrote, Mr. Barr, when I had to choose a teacher that had an especially positive impact on my learning, you were an obvious answer. Throughout the last school year, you went above and beyond to find ways outside of school time to help me pursue a passion for computer science. Whenever we met on Mondays after school, you would always be ready to help with resources for me to learn about new things anytime that I was interested in a topic. I can't thank you enough for helping me learn a ton and being super accommodating through a tough COVID school year. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Ethan. I appreciate it. You're
Of
a
course.
joy to have in class. And again, I'm always happy to help. And congratulations to you for this awesome honor.
Thank you. All right. And for Mr. Tuthill, I wrote, from the first day I stepped into your classroom, it was clear to me that you absolutely cared for your students. This care for your students became truly evident when we left school in early 2020 for COVID. You took the time to make lesson videos for every single lesson of the second semester. Going above and beyond like you did deserves recognition, and you have had an exceptionally positive impact on me as a person. I hope that whatever I do in the future, I can try to showcase the same dedication and commitment that you have shown to your students. Thank you so much for being an amazing example for me.
Well, thank you very much. You were a pleasure to have in class. It was fun to teach you.
Thank you.
Awesome. I have no doubt you're going to go on and do big things in life. So
Thank you.
very cool.
Ava Chen. Ava's a National Merit semifinalist.
Absolutely.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, boy.
How are you all?
Doing well, Ava. How are you?
I'm good. So I'm sure you all know I'm here honoring both of you since I got my National Merit Semifinalist Award, and you two have been really instrumental teachers in my life. So first, I am going to thank Mrs. Lolich. So Miss Lolich, thank you. Ever since I joined DECA, you've been a figure I could look up to. I admire how you always take time out of your day to support others, even though we all know you have an incredibly busy schedule. I appreciate how you always encourage me to be innovative, maximize my momentum, and explore my passions to the next level. I'm sure at this point you're waiting for me to pull out an analogy of some sort that represents how I view you, and here we go. You are a light that will never go out, but will always brighten the lives of others. So thank you. So now moving on to Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, thank you. Through your constant encouragement, I learned how to view uncertainty as opportunity. As we spent more time in research, I realized that I wasn't just discovering new things about depression worms. I was also discovering myself. I see you as a role model because you're the epitome of what it means to live boldly. And when I mean boldly, I don't just mean putting an aggressive number of post-it notes on your desk or signing your emails with cheers, Burns. You live boldly by encouraging others to embrace their mistakes, and that is something I will be internally grateful for. So thank you. Yay.
Well, thank you, Ava.
Of course.
Krithika Dama. Krithika is a National Merit semifinalist.
So hi, Seniority Highest. Hi, Dr. Say. So Senora Kias, you were my kindergarten teacher, so I know it's been a really long time since we last saw each other, but I never really forgot how much of an impact that having you as a teacher had on me. Because I remember like when you recognized that my math skills were a little bit more advanced than the rest of the class, and you gave me like a special CD to help me with the more advanced topics. And I was like a little bit too young to really understand. So I just thought it was like a really cool DVD. But as I grew older, I just realized that, like you actually cared for me and you wanted to give me that special path through. So you're basically like my day one since the beginning. So I just wanted to thank you for my support right from kindergarten. So thank you so much.
Oh, Kruthika, I had no idea who the student was because I didn't see the names of the list of the finalists. And I just want to tell you, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
I had no idea. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Dr. Say, you're like my first and only AP Chem teacher. Thankfully, like I didn't have to retake the class or anything. But like last year you told me that you felt like, you didn't really teach us that well and that you thought it was like really bad because it was your first year teaching AP chemistry. But I think it was just because I took your class and because of how passionate you were as a teacher, and I saw how passionate you were about chemistry as a subject, that I really felt like chemistry is something that I really want to go into. And like one of the things I'm considering is like biochem as a major. And I feel like, that's probably a good mark of being a good teacher. Like, so I don't think you did a bad job at all because you were really inspiring to me that year of chemistry.
Well, thank you, Kruthi. I'm glad that you got so much from it. I have definitely enjoyed seeing you and all the other students just kind of grow with who you are as a student and what your passions are.
Stanley Gagner. Stanley is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hi.
Hi, Stanley.
Okay, so Mr. Fotz, I'm going to start with you. So as I look back on my 8th grade self, I realized I just had like a lot of room to grow as a person, as just like every 8th grader. And I feel like your advice and your guidance really helped me like grow during that time, even if I didn't like always like show it back then. Like whenever I need some like motivation, I get out that like letter that you wrote me at the end of the year, and I'll like read over it sometimes. So thanks for like doing so much for me and all of your other students to just make them feel like appreciated and worthwhile.
It's my pleasure, man. I mean, you earned it. It's the honest truth.
So as a teacher for you, Duncan, and as a teacher, I feel like you always made me feel like I was appreciated whenever you would grade like a quiz or an essay. I feel like you would always have like a good thing to say about that. There would always be like some comment like telling me something that I really did well. And I always like to read over them and make me feel good about like what I had done. But that didn't mean you didn't give like good advice as well. And I feel like you have such a good balance between like being understanding of students' needs and like giving them the room they need, but also like pushing them to like move forward and pushing them to be productive. And I feel like during the pandemic, that's a thing that just like so many people needed. And you really like, I feel like you were really kind of like a steady force during that turbulent time.
Thank you so much.
Parker Griswold. Parker is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hola, profe.
Parker, ¿cómo estás?
Estoy bien.
Oh, qué lindo. Yo quiero llorar ahora.
So I nominated both of you guys to be the teachers to honor because I'm a National Merit semifinalist. I'm gonna start with Profe Ryan. I was gonna do these in Spanish, but I ended up just doing them in English. So yeah. So when I was told I could choose teachers to recognize, you were one of the first teachers I thought of. I really enjoyed having you as a teacher, and I loved how you always made Spanish class as fun and engaging as possible. Your class made me want to try harder to learn Spanish, and it was one of the primary reasons I continued to take Spanish into my senior year. I really appreciate your dedication to teaching and the effort that you make to connect with every student. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Parker. Seriously, you're gonna make me cry right now. I'm so happy I didn't wear any makeup, but I am the lucky person here to have you as my student. And seriously, you made my job as a teacher so easy. I enjoyed every single second, every single game we had in our classes. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. You are an amazing person, an amazing student, and I know your future is gonna be very bright. So thank you so much for
Thank
nominating me.
you.
It makes me so happy. Seriously.
Okay. And then Mr. Barr, I chose to recognize you because of the positive experience I had in your VANTAGE class, and it's stuck with me throughout high school. You did an amazing job figuring out creative ways to teach despite the challenges of teaching both a brand new VANTAGE strand and having to switch to online learning in the middle of the year. I appreciated how you're always willing to give extra help, and how you always made the effort to get to know every student personally. You always made class fun and engaging, and I learned so many valuable skills from your teaching. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, of course, Parker. Thank you so much. That's it's touching. And again, I like I said before, you were an absolute joy to have in class, and we still talk about that group of students and the work that you did with your team. And as been mentioned, you're going to do great things.
Claire Hong. Claire is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm going to be honoring Mr. Bao and Mr. Kokish. So to Bao Laosher, I wanted to thank you for being such an amazing teacher. I know I haven't had you as an actual teacher since freshman year, but you have continued to support me and to encourage me in all of my classes and activities over the past 4 years, which I really appreciate. And I also wanted to let you know that I admire how you make an effort to get to know each and every single one of your students. I think this makes everyone feel super welcome in your class and helps to create such a positive and energetic environment, and has made your class one of the most memorable classes that I've taken throughout all of high school. So yeah, just wanted to say thank you. And then to Mr. Kokish, I also wanted to honor you for being such an amazing teacher. I really appreciate and admire how much you care about the well-being of all of your students and truly wanted us to learn and understand the material rather than just focusing on grades. A lot of the lessons and the advice that you gave us in class has really stuck with me to this day. I remember being deathly afraid of taking AP chemistry, but having you as a teacher made the class super fun and super engaging, and was honestly one of the classes that I looked forward to most. So thank you to both of you.
Xander Hughes. Xander is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Well, this is for the PSET honoring a teacher. Little Google Meet. And I just have a few remarks prepared.
Okay.
Mr. Finch, you are definitely the best science teacher I've ever had. Not only did I love the material taught in your biology class, but you also made each day exciting and compelling, except of course test days. My favorite moment, however, was when learning about the evolution of Darwin's finches in the Galapagos. Of course, you had to stick a picture of your face at the end of the evolutionary tree. However, in all seriousness, you are one of the reasons I hope to work in a biology-related field someday. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome, Xander. It's a pleasure to hear some of that and remind me of some of those things from a couple of years ago. So it's certainly a lot of fun to have you in class, and yeah, it's been a pleasure to have you in class.
Forrest Johnson. Forrest is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hello. Look who it is, man.
My name is Forrest, and I'm a senior. Oh, hello, Mr. Cattell. You were the first teacher I had after transferring to Minnetonka, and my time in your class was transformational for me, as it was the first time I started to seriously care about school. When I learned I would be picking picking two teachers to honor, you immediately came to mind. You're one of the best teachers I've ever had, and I had an amazing time in your class. Thanks for a great fifth grade.
Oh, thank you so much.
And then, hello, Ms. McDonald. You supported and encouraged me throughout my time in middle school. My time at HP had an extremely positive impact on my outlook and priorities. Thanks for being awesome, and thanks for making my time in middle school a lot better than it otherwise would have been.
It was my pleasure and honor.
Emily Joseph. Emily is a National Merit semifinalist.
Emily!
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
You.
It's nice to see both of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We're going to start with Mr. Fouts.
Okay.
I have my little piece of paper here. I wanted to say, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you for helping make 8th grade English such a fun time. You were the first English teacher I had that truly helped me look deeper into text and analyze not just the content, but like the author's choices behind the content. Also, your class was just like the best time. We always had the most fun. We were always laughing and joking around. It was very loud and rambunctious. And you would never, ever give me a straightforward answer to any of my questions. And I know you did it to teach me critical thinking, so I forgive you. But that's my strongest memory from that class, is going up to ask you a question and you just being like, you know the answer, figure it out. So I missed your class, and I wanted to say thank you for being such a wonderful English teacher.
Oh, thank you. You made the class what it was. It was awesome working with you. Thank you, Emily.
Aw. And then for Mrs. Duncan, I wanted to start by saying thank you so much for being such a lovely teacher online. I can't imagine how difficult COVID was for you guys. And I always looked forward to your class because I could just feel your energy through the screen, and it was really lovely. And I've always struggled with history, with like looking at all the different aspects of it, but you really helped me with that and made it a lot easier. And I also really liked your quizzes. They were always so fun and super interesting, and I never thought I would like quizzes in the class, but you definitely changed that for me. And your class just taught me to always look at issues from multiple sides, and you made history approachable. So thank you so much for that as well.
Grace Kong. Grace is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Hi, Mr. Ludd.
Hi, Grace.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. So my name is Grace Kong, and I'm going to be honoring Mr. Ludd and Mr. Kokish today. So hi, Mr. Ludd. Even though I only had you for one semester in sophomore year, you've made such a huge impact on my high school experience. So thank you so much. You are one of my favorite teachers of all time, and when I heard about having to choose 2 teachers to honor and appreciate, you immediately jumped to my head. You've somehow managed to make AP Calculus one of my favorite classes ever. And every time I walked into your class, I never knew quite what to expect. Like, would it be a rubber chicken in the tree, a cool military Monday story, or a piece of school lunch chicken pinned to the front of the whiteboard? But whatever it was a fun time. So thank you so much. And then, hi, Mr. Kokish. You've inspired me to make lasting connections with my teachers. Usually after school year ends, I don't really spend much time chatting with my teachers, but I've always have had such a great time chatting with you because you're such an interesting person. And when I'm in college taking a chemistry class, I'll be sitting in the front of the class thinking, oh, hey, I remember when Mr. Kokish taught that to me. So thank you so much for everything, and I appreciate everything you've done.
Emma Konesny. Emma is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Who we got here? Oh boy, there we go.
Emma!
The best possible face we could see this afternoon.
Thank you, Emma, for this wonderful, wonderful surprise.
I'm Emma Konesny, and the first teacher that I chose to honor was Miss Lonahan. And she was my 5th grade teacher, and she let me be myself while still trying to push me outside of my comfort zone a bit. She really nurtured my love of reading, and she would even let me hide underneath her desk during free time to read while everybody else was like hanging out. And she understood that I was kind of shy and introverted, but she pushed me to try and make friends even if I didn't succeed. And I'm super grateful for all the compassion and empathy that she showed me and all of her students. And then I also decided to choose Mr. Storley, who was my social studies teacher in both 6th and 7th grade. And he made an effort each day to make class interesting and motivated all of his teachers to his students to try their very best. He could make even the dullest of topics interesting and encourage my intellectual curiosity by answering all of my questions, even if they were a bit off topic. I looked forward to his class every day, and I'm so grateful that I got to have him as my teacher.
Ada Lingling. Ada is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hi, Ada.
Hi, how are you?
Great. Ada, hi.
Hi, Miss Nelson.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you.
I just wanted to take this time to thank you for all the work you do for your students. I appreciate everything you taught me in 8th grade and for always encouraging me. Being in your global studies and advisory classes are some of my favorite memories from middle school, and you always made class interesting and a special experience. Thank you so much for always supporting me and making middle school super fun.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for remembering me. And this means a lot, Ada. I really appreciate it.
And then, Miss Thomas, here are my remarks for you. I want to thank you so much for everything you taught me during my time in your class. AP Psych has been one of my favorite classes I've ever taken, and you made it super enjoyable every day. Thank you for making every lesson engaging and preparing me so well for the AP test. Vantage and AP Psych have been some of my favorite classes at MHS thus far, and I'm really grateful for all the work you put in to make my Vantage experience amazing. So, yeah, thank you guys.
Ada, that's so nice. Thank you. I'm so glad you signed up for Vantage and that we got to be together for a year.
Caden McDaniel. Caden is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Haha, Caden.
Hola, Sterling.
I had an inkling. I didn't want to make any assumptions.
My man,
Caden.
Hi, I'm Caden McDaniel, and I'll be honoring two teachers who are very important to me, Mr. Scott Storley and Mr. Brian Dahman. Hola, Prof. Storley. It's been a few years since I've last had class with you, but the lessons you've taught me have stayed with me all this time. Even though your class is focused on history, I always left with a better idea of who I wanted to be going forward, thanks to the great example you set in class. So as I receive the honor of National Merit semifinalist and go on to my future, I want to thank you for helping to set me on the right path for everything to come. And Mr. Dahman, I just wanted to say thank you for helping to mentor me through my time at the high school, both through my time in class and on the time we spent on the football field. I'm sure I'll use plenty of calculus in my future, but the most important lessons you taught me came as you stressed the value of integrity, hard work, and knowing which fumes should be avoided while on the farm. But in all seriousness, thank you for making me a better student and a person and preparing me for the next step in my life.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Caden, I am absolutely honored. You know how highly I think of you.
Elizabeth Morgan. Elizabeth is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Hi, Miss Buck.
Hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I can't believe you're already a senior.
Yeah.
Right. Well, hi, Elizabeth.
First off, Mr. Dahman. Hi, Mr. Dahman. Thanks for teaching
Hello.
me math in 8th and 9th grade. I always liked showing up and learning the latest about calculus. A lot of fun. And I also like staying after class a lot, or visiting you and my friends a couple of Calc BC periods later. So thanks for letting me do that. Appreciate it. Also, thanks for all the high fives. Those are pretty great too and pretty fun. But yeah, beyond math, you also taught me a lot about being a decent person, and I really appreciate that. I think I'm a lot more mature now than I was at the beginning of my freshman year, or I hope so. And I think a big part of that's thanks to you. So yeah, thanks. Okay.
Well, Elizabeth, I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, second teacher, Mrs. Gluck. Hi. So long time no talk until a couple minutes ago, and it's actually been 7 years since I've had you as a teacher. Well, despite the time, I still remember you and Navigators very well. It was a really fun and amazing experience, and you're really an amazing teacher. I love learning, collecting that academic Navigators money to spend on fun Friday activities, and of course, I love, learning in class. Navigators is a big part of why I love biology and math today. Cells rock. I still remember that 4th grade cell biology unit. It's probably one of my favorite science units ever. And to quote you, math is everywhere. So thank you.
Absolutely. I'm so proud of you, and I'm very honored to be part of your life and to help you grow and develop to be who you are today.
Emily Nikas. Emily is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Hi. Hi, Emily. How are you?
Hi, I'm Emily, and I'm going to be honoring Mrs. Curran and Mrs. Breidenbach. So, Mrs. Curran led the Wings program at my Minnetonka Elementary School. I first started in Wings when I was in 3rd grade, and this program introduced me to new ideas and concepts that challenged my way of thinking. I looked forward to Wings every week because Mrs. Curran made learning exciting and developed in me a sense of curiosity and eagerness to learn more about the arts and the sciences. Instilling that love of learning at an early age has motivated me to challenge myself further throughout the rest of my high school career.
That's so sweet. Thank you, Emily. That's so wonderful to hear.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Such a special person. I have so many fond memories of you in elementary school.
Thank you. Okay, and then Mrs. Breidenbach. Mrs. Breidenbach was my teacher for AP Human Geography in 9th grade and AP European History in 11th grade. Prior to starting high school, social studies was not one of my favorite subjects. Since taking her classes, I have developed a newfound level of respect for this area of study, and it has quickly become one of my favorites. This is primarily due to her teaching style and her willingness to develop close relationships with her students. She made me feel included in her classroom environment and made even the most difficult topics fun and exciting.
Well, thank you. That's great. And I so enjoyed having you. And I loved having you twice.
Luke Patefield. Luke is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
So my name's Luke Patefield. Mr. Kokesh. Mr. Kokesh taught me in AP Chemistry when I was in 9th grade. What struck me about his teaching style is hard to put into words, but he made the topics in class make sense in a way that wasn't boring. Class projects, assignments, and labs were not busy work, but actually helped us to learn while, dare I say, finding it interesting. The way Mr. Kokesh talked about the material made it sound like something worth finding out more about. AP Chem is often called one of the hardest classes at MHS, but Mr. Kokesh was reasonable and fair. And then for Ms. Wahutka, Ms. Wahutka was my navigator's teacher in 3rd grade, and she later taught me algebra and geometry too, because of how navigator's math is organized. Learning geometry formulas was tough, but more important was building a kind of intuition that I hadn't had before. The way she taught was engaging. Something I especially remember was giving rhyming names to the different properties in algebra, which helped remember them, and was also just fun. And if you had an idea for a different way to do a problem, she'd listen to it, and she'd explain whether it worked, guiding your learning that way.
Nice. Thanks, Luke.
Yeah, Luke, that is so sweet. Thank you.
I appreciate it. So it's always nice to hear those kinds of things. Kind of gives you a little validation on what you're trying to do in the classroom as a teacher. So I appreciate it.
Sophie Peterson. Sophie is a National Merit semifinalist.
I'm Sophie Peterson. I made the National Merit semifinalist list. Yeah, that's kind of why we're here. So I guess I'll start with Dilo. So hey, Dilo, I want to thank you so much for being my theory of knowledge teacher. You taught me so much, not only about myself, but also about the nature of learning. And you were just a wonderful teacher. I'm so grateful to have had you as a wonderful role model and wonderful teacher on my learning journey. I thank you for your patience, understanding, and willingness to engage with my ideas in class. And I owe you for helping me become the person I am today. Again, thank you so much.
Oh, you are so welcome. Thank you. It's been an honor to be your teacher, and I look forward to continuing to watch you grow. That's so awesome. Thank you, Sophie.
And for Mrs. Hendrickson, hello, I wanted to thank you for being such a wonderful computer science teacher. I had so much fun learning with you. And I'm thankful for not only the academic knowledge that you imparted on me, but also just, the friendship and, warmth that you were able to provide. You're a wonderful person and such a great role model in STEM, especially, role model of a woman in STEM. And I appreciate you deeply for that. And I thank you so much for being such a wonderful teacher.
You are so welcome, Sophie, and congratulations.
Alexander Solto. Alexander is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hi, I'm Alex Solto, and I just want to thank you so much, Mr. Olivier. And I just want to say, I want to thank you for all that you do as a teacher at MHS. You really left an impression on me, and I'm sure you did with many other students that you teach as well. Your love of learning and passion for history are ever present in your work, and you made me look forward to class every single day. I will always admire the way you believe in each and every student and push everyone to succeed. And through your incredible passion, you instill in everyone a love of history that makes learning profoundly rewarding in your class. So thank you so much.
Alex, thank you. You're welcome.
Hello. Hi, Alex. How are you?
I'm doing great. No,
look-
surprise.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alex, and I just want to take a moment to thank you for all that you do as a teacher at MHS. And beyond that, I think the way that you support each and every student, not just academically, but as people, is truly amazing. I have deeply treasured the 2 classes that I've had you for, and you've not only grown my skills in physics, but all around research too, but also as a human and a critical thinker. You have always focused not just on curriculum, but on the people you teach, a hallmark of not only a phenomenal teacher, but also an incredible person. So I just want to thank you so much.
Oh, Alex, thank you so much and congratulations. It's been amazing having you in class and seeing you come in as a freshman.
Scott Sorensen. Scott is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
So I think the magical thing about your class, Mrs. Holt, was just the freedom that you kind of let us have. During the technical communications unit, I think to this day about Crappy Birthday Incorporated and Fruit by the Foot and all that stuff. How much fun it was, and even the Instagram accounts that still exist from that. Noah and I were playing Julius Caesar with just all kinds of flair, having a ton of fun with it, and you just let it happen. But more than anything, there was a moment in the creative nonfiction unit where I had just poured my heart and soul into this this narrative, and it was really cathartic for me, and it was a huge thing. And I showed it to you, and at your computer you turned to me and just said, Scott, it's beautiful. And I remembered those words to this day. It's part of how I've gotten into creative writing. That was just a huge moment. So thank you for that. And that's why your class is one of the best ones I've ever taken. So thank you, Mrs. Holt. So Mrs. Gall, it's your turn now. It's been a little while. But the amount I remember from your class tells a lot about kind of how much it meant to me. 6th grade was kind of a critical point in math for me. I've talked to my parents about this. That was kind of where I got into it. And I just remember the personality of the class that you ran, the way that, much like Mrs. Holt, you allowed a sort of organized chaos that I hadn't seen before, and that was super fun. I had you for advisory, and we would go on walks out across that bridge, and we would watch Cupcake Wars, and everything you did, you were just so animated and so into it. There was always something fun to do, and that's what I appreciated, because I've had advisory classes and math classes where you sit there and do nothing. There was always something to do. So I'm really thankful for all those memories, and I'm really happy to keep hanging around and talk to you guys.
Thanks, Scott.
Declan St. John. Declan is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hello, my name's Declan St. John. Today I'm going to be honoring Mrs. Gluck and Mrs. Haney. So first would be Mrs. Gluck. She was my teacher in 5th grade as a part of the Navigator program. And I felt like Mrs. Gluck really helped me get prepared for middle school and high school. When I joined the Navigators and I moved here to Minnetonka, I felt like I was struggling academically. I really had trouble getting my work done and with doing it at a high level. And Mrs. Gluck was key to helping me turn that around. And I felt like she really prepared me for success later in my school career. Mrs. Haney was my freshman year AP Physics teacher. And I think she really helped me with that transition from middle school to high school. AP Physics was definitely my favorite class as a freshman, and Mrs. Haney always made it fun and interesting. So I felt like having a class that I was actually interested in doing the work for really motivated me to, stay on top of my schoolwork. And having Mrs. Haney as a teacher who was as invested in, in my learning and helps and support me just made it a whole lot easier in that transition from middle to high school. So I'd say both of those teachers were really key to my success in school and were just super helpful to me.
Zara Thomas. Zara is a National Merit semifinalist and scored a 36 on the ACT.
Hello.
Oh my
goodness. Hi. Zara Lajakara.
Yes, I just wanted to thank both of you guys for being my teachers. So, Mrs. Rosengren, I'll start with you. I'm super glad that I had you for APUSH because when I started history, I honestly didn't like it that much, but you made it so interesting. And like I looked forward to class every day because you were so excited by it. And that was really contagious for me. And you're also super helpful when I was not doing so on the test. You really took the time one-on-one, and I really appreciated that. So yeah, thank you for being such a great teacher.
Thank you, Zara.
And then Mrs. Lewis, I was also super glad that I had you as a teacher because throughout the year, I was able to really build my writing skills, and I can clearly see that I improved so much throughout the year. And then also you were just super encouraging about me growing as a person. And I'm super thankful that you were super caring about each and every one of your students, and I really appreciated that. So thank you for being my teacher.
Thank you so much. It means so much to me, and it's so nice to see you in FCA too. So
yeah.
Leah Tiff. Leah is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hola, Leah.
Hi.
There's Leah. Hi, Leah.
Hi, Finn. I wanted to thank you for not only being such a great teacher, but also making school as a whole much more enjoyable for me. Your fun stories, mental health check-ins, and general positive attitude have made your class a highlight of each day of my high school career. I feel really lucky to have had you for all 4 years, and I felt like I've always had a safe space. On top of that, you make playing music really engaging and fun, and I've learned so much from you, so thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you so much, Tifty.
Hola, JP. Quiero agradecerte por ser un maestro con un impacto tan positivo en todos sus estudiantes, incluyendo a mí. Tu clase de Human Geo y Civics en noveno grado me ayudó muchísimo a tener confianza en mis respuestas, escritura y presentaciones. Estoy muy emocionada por el resto de la clase de Global Politics y creo que voy a aprender mucho. Tu estilo de enseñar es tan divertido y educativo. Gracias por poner tanto de tu energía en tu trabajo. Te agradezco mucho. Has creado un lugar muy seguro y gracias por dejarme quedar en tu salón por tantas horas de mi día escolar. Espero que tengas un buen año y gracias otra vez.
Gracias, Leah. Me encanta que pases mucho tiempo de tu día en mi salón. Es nuestro salón, así que gracias.
William Walker. William is a National Merit semifinalist.
老师好. So back in 9th grade, you gave me a bit of advice, which I kind of dismissed at the time. You told me that you only get one shot at high school and that you shouldn't like squander it. You should try to enjoy it while it lasts. But I kind of ignored it. But then since then, I've kind of realized that, yeah, I'd walled myself off in a little box like of expectations, saying that like, oh, you study hard, get good grades, and then go to a fancy college, and like somehow you'll be satisfied then and you'll have proven your worth to yourself. But yeah, I'd realized I've been resting way too much of my happiness on academic stuff. So I've been doing less of that now, I guess. And it's been really nice. So thank you for pointing me in the right direction, I guess, with that. And helping me be more balanced, I guess.
No problem. My pleasure.
Hi, Mr. Kokesh. I'd like to thank you for being a great AP Chem teacher and club advisor for Science Olympiad. I was a bit nervous going to AP Chem because I'd heard it was really hard, but thanks to your help, I was able to grasp everything at a really intuitive level. You always kept lecture exciting with all your quotable lines. I know there's a list somewhere. And one moment I especially remember was when you were demonstrating the kinetic molecular theory of gases. I think it was diffusion in particular. And you're bouncing around the room like off of tables and stuff, and eventually you bounce up the door. And then when you're a lighter gas molecule, you bounce faster and you left the door faster, so you like diffuse out of the room faster. But yeah, that was really funny. Yeah, your class was my first impression of high school, and I'd like to thank you for leaving a darn good first impression.
Elizabeth Wong. Elizabeth is a National Merit semifinalist.
So I'm Elizabeth, and the two teachers that I will be honoring today are Miss Finn Sommerfeld and Mr. Johnson. So I'll be reading my remarks for you. So first, Finn, hi, nice to see you again. In the midst of hard classes, orchestra was the hour that I would always look forward to. You always so obviously showed that you cared about us and remembered details about our lives and joking with us. This is my 4th year with you as my teacher, and I feel like you've seen me grow and develop into who I am today. like a mom, but not really. You know what I mean? So, Ben, thank you so much for all you've done for me, and I'll miss you so much next year.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. That was really, really wonderful and touching, and I appreciate it so much.
Mr. Johnson, you're probably getting sick of me, right? You've seen me so much, but just kidding. I nominated you for this award because your impact on helping me find what I love has been instrumental. Honestly, I kind of went into high school hating math because of past experiences and some pressure, but you helped me discover how fun, interesting, and rewarding it can be. But beyond this, the atmosphere of your classroom was always really welcoming. You helped me understand that asking for help wasn't anything to be ashamed of. So thank you so much for all that you've done for me.
Greta Weeks. Greta is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hi, Greta.
Hi, Gluck.
Hi, Greta.
Hi, this is us.
Oh my gosh, this is so sweet.
I'll probably start with you, Mrs. Gluck. I really want to thank you for the 2 years I've spent in your classroom and the 6 I've continued to spend as your student. You're the first teacher to connect with me, and I've always appreciated how the lessons I learned inside your class and how that connection has endured through the rest of my primary education. In your classroom is a community that I've carried with me, and I know the lessons I've learned there I'll continue to use through the rest of my life. I want to thank you for the impact you've had on me, and I'll be forever grateful that I had you as a teacher, mentor, and role model.
Oh my gosh, I adore you so much, Greta. I'm so proud of you. You've worked so hard and you deserve every ounce of this.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And then to you, Mrs. Lewis, I also want to thank you immensely for the impact you've had on me. I loved learning from you in 7th grade, so much so I asked my counselor to switch me to your class in 10th. When you were the special people in my life who's had a hand in molding me into the student, friend, and person I am today. And I'm eternally grateful for the sense of community and love that you put in our classroom that not only inspired all of us to be better to each other, but also to ourselves. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Greta. You have been so special. And I didn't know you were switching to my classroom. I just thought I got lucky.
Oh, no, yeah.
I was so excited. And it's just been such a joy to see you at the high school too, and to see you grow into this incredible person. And you literally are one of those people that I would hope that my children would become. So.
Oh, thank you.
Molly Welsh. Molly is a National Merit semifinalist.
My name's Molly. You guys both know me. But I guess I'll start off. I have Mr. Best written down first. So I just want to say thank you for being such a fun and amazing teacher. I know it was all the way back freshman year, but I remember being a freshman and just transferring into a grade that was literally 3 times as big as the entirety of my old school. And being super nervous, barely even knowing where our class was, because when I tried to look around for my classrooms over the summer, the loft was under construction and I couldn't find it. But from the first day, you just had so much positive energy and made it really easy to participate and feel welcome. And I was honestly even a little bit surprised and excited when you still recognized me after 2 years and with a mask on. I wasn't expecting that, and it was actually just really nice. So thank you for always being so friendly and outgoing, because it's made a really big impact on my experience at Minnetonka.
Well, thanks, Molly. I really appreciate it. I do remember those days in the loft. It was a lot of fun, and I remember some great interactions and conversations that year. That and I'm so proud of you for all the accomplishments you've done, and grateful to have been a part of your experience here at Minnetonka. And congratulations.
Thank you. And then next, Das. I'm so thankful to have had you as a teacher last year. First off, just like being open and willing to talk about literally anything, even completely unrelated topics like your daily tea flavor during class, made online learning way more fun, and also made it easier for myself to be comfortable and like show my own interests through my writing without worrying about if it followed exactly what all the other students in class were doing. And seminar also helped me figure out what I want my life to look like after high school, which I think would have been way harder if you hadn't created the class environment that you did. So thank you so much for being an incredible teacher and having such a meaningful impact on my high school experience.
Thank you for that, Molly. Last year was hard for a lot of reasons. And that seminar class, it was a chance you took in taking it. It was new to the high school. And I can honestly say you were a really good fit for that class, and I'm glad you got so much out of it. I learned a lot from you and your classmates as well last year. So I think it was a two-way street. But I echo Mr. Best in saying congratulations. This is a great honor for you.
Catherine Young. Catherine is a National Merit semifinalist.
Hi. Okay. So, Ms. Bunty, I wanted to say thank you for being such a wonderful teacher. Seeing how engaged and excited you are about your classes has made me more excited and engaged in mine too, even when we were online, which has helped me be a better student. And then your guidance and advice helped me make the decision to join the IB program, which has definitely made me a better student, but also a better person. And I'm very grateful for that. And then also, your love of the CCC helped me do my own research and kind of figure out what I want to study in college and be more certain about that. So yeah, thank you. Juan Pablo. Hola. Quiero decirte gracias por todo lo que has hecho durante mis años en MHS. Tu clase de Human Geo me ayudó a tener más confianza en mi español y en presentar mis ideas. Y además estoy muy emocionada por la oportunidad de realmente involucrarme en un tema político este año y estoy agradecida que enseñas la clase de Global Politics. Y también quiero decirte gracias por todo el tiempo que has pasado con Earth Club. Eres la razón por qué podemos reunirnos y tener conversaciones sobre el cambio climático y hacer actividades que ayuden a nuestra comunidad. Sí, gracias.
Thank you, Kate.
You're welcome.
So honored. I've been chosen. I love that you're in the trees.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that from so many teachers you've had, many great teachers you've had at MHS, that you chose both of us is really significant, meaningful, and we really appreciate it. So muchas gracias.
We also send congratulations to the rest of the National Merit semifinalists and top ACT score recipients who did not share remarks for honored teachers. Rory Cole, National Merit semifinalist. Elsa Johnson, National Merit semifinalist. Ava Kashep, National Merit semifinalist. Adeline Diaz, who earned a top score of 36 on the ACT. Maximilian Horner, who earned a top score of 36 on the ACT. Congratulations to each one of you for your outstanding work. We also extend congratulations to all of our honored teachers for their dedication and care to nurture Minnetonka students in their educational endeavors and personal lives. As we have heard directly from your students, your work is immensely important, deeply appreciated, and has an impact that will last a lifetime. Each honored teacher will receive a golden apple engraved with their name, and congratulations for their efforts. Congratulations to all of our students and staff members. That concludes our recognition.
2021 school board meeting. Welcome, everybody. Our first agenda item is the World's Best Workforce Annual Meeting. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the Minnesota statutes require us to have a annual meeting of the World's Best Workforce program in the district, and to update our community on the work that's gone on in that arena and to provide information to the board. So tonight, Dr. Amy Ledoux is going to open that meeting and then turn it over to Sarah White. So, Dr. Ledoux.
Dr. Peterson, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight with you for our World's Best Workforce Annual Meeting. The World's Best Workforce legislation was passed in 2013 to ensure that every school district in the state of Minnesota makes strides toward increasing student achievement and preparing students to be career and college ready. In essence, ensuring that each of our students is prepared with the skills and dispositions that afford them choices and options upon their graduation, and that students are future ready in order to be contributing members of our global society. And this is all aimed at leading toward our state's workforce or continuing to improve that workforce. The World's Best Workforce requires that each district develops a plan that addresses the 5 goal areas: all students ready for kindergarten, all students reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade, closing all achievement gaps between various student groups, all students demonstrating career and college readiness upon graduation, and then of course, all students graduating. In Minnetonka, these goals have been embedded in our vision, mission, and strategic plan for many years. This law really just formalizes the processes that are already key pieces of our work. The purpose of tonight's annual meeting is to provide an opportunity to update you and our community on our progress and our results from the 2020-21 school year, and to share the goals and strategies for the current school year. Every district also is required to have a teaching and learning advisory board. I would like to recognize last year's team, shown here on the screen. This team meets quarterly. One of their key roles is to review and guide the district's World Best Workforce priorities and to provide input and feedback on our strategies and our goals. Last year, we also were very intentional in expanding this committee to make sure that it represents our community, as well as to make sure that we had adequate student voice. Sarah White, our Director of Teacher Development, continues to provide leadership for our district in this area, and she will be reporting the rest of the report for you tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Ledoux, Dr. Peterson, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll first share with you the results from 2020-21. In the fall of 2020, district administrators, site administrators, and teacher leaders set ambitious goals. Because there was very limited spring 2020 data due to the COVID pandemic, the goals were set using spring 2019 data for start values. In the midst of the pandemic, administrators and teachers made plans to find new ways to meet the needs of students and meet these goals. Teachers collaborated with their PLCs, with their teacher instructional coaches, with their technology coaches, with colleagues from student support services, and with their administrators to identify both individual students' learning needs and collective students' needs, and to strategize on how to meet those needs. Teachers leveraged technology, tools, and resources to personalize learning for students. All of these strategies and structures were supporting students in meeting stretch goals while simultaneously addressing the challenges of COVID. The first goal area is around school readiness. Early childhood screening was made available in person throughout the entire 2021 school year, unlike several surrounding districts who moved their screening platforms to virtual. However, due to the pandemic, it is presumed that not as many parents were comfortable bringing their children to non-essential appointments such as early childhood screening. Therefore, the number of 3-year-olds screened decreased. Early childhood also set 3 academic goals using Teaching Strategies Gold Assessment. The COVID mitigation strategies in place throughout the school year last year had an unintended negative impact on 2 of these areas. Notices and discriminates rhyme, and notices and discriminates alliteration. Observation of others' mouths when learning letter and sound formation is a large component of being able to notice and discriminate rhyme and alliteration. Because all adults were wearing face coverings and many preschool students, although not required to wear them, many did. Additionally, the complexity of learning in an active pandemic added additional stressors for all involved. This cohort presented a high need for social and emotional learning, and teachers quickly pivoted to focus on these needs throughout the school year. The next goal is around 3rd grade literacy. In 2021, 66.6% of grade 3 Minnetonka students met or exceeded proficiency on the MCA 3 reading assessment, as compared to 48.2% of grade 3 students statewide who met or exceeded proficiency on the MCA reading assessment. It was encouraging to see that Minnetonka students at the elementary level were not impacted academically by not as impacted academically by the pandemic as many of their same grade counterparts statewide. This may be a result of the district's efforts to have our youngest learners in person in learning in 2020-21. Another goal of the world's best workforce is to eliminate all racial and economic achievement gaps between student groups. Last year, the achievement gap on the MCA 3 in reading for Minnetonka was 5.7%, and in Minnesota, the achievement gap in reading was 22.4%. On the MCA 3 in math, there was a drop in proficiency percentage across the state and within Minnetonka. In Minnetonka, the achievement gap narrowed to 2.2%, while the state proficiency gap widened to 25.8%. Career and college readiness is often measured by the percentage of students who meet or exceed the College Readiness Benchmark Composite Score of 18, as measured on the ACT. The percentage of all students in grade 12 at Minnetonka High School who took the ACT who met this benchmark in 2021 was 94.4%. 2 factors that may have impacted this outcome include a decrease in the number of test takers as a result of canceled test sessions due to COVID, and college and universities communicating that they would not be requiring an ACT score. The final World's Best Workforce goal is around graduation. This is always kind of a wonky goal because the graduation rates cannot be reported until the MARS end-of-year data is finalized in January, and yet we're setting goals in September and October. Typically, the data are updated at the end of February, beginning of March. As a result, graduation goals are always set for the previous year. The 4-year graduation rate for Minnetonka students in the class of 2020 graduating in 2020 or earlier, as determined by the Minnesota Department of Education, was 97.7%, an increase from 95.6% in 2019. The Minnesota graduation rate in 2020 was 83.8%. World's Best Workforce also requires districts and charters to ensure that students from low-income families, students of color, and American Indian students are not taught at disproportionate rates by inexperienced, out-of-field, and ineffective teachers. Here you see a staff meeting from last year that's full of our teachers in a Google Meet. Dr. Cyrus and his human resources team analyzed teaching assignments, teacher qualifications, and years of experience. Less experienced teachers and teachers teaching one or more class in an area outside of their underlying license did not disproportionately impact low-income families, students of color, and American Indian students. So on to the 2021-22 goals. We'll include in this portion of the presentation strategies that are broad in nature. Strategies this year will continue to evolve and may vary from site to site as we work with the Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee, site administrators and teacher teams, as well as department leads. Our friends at Early Childhood again created 2 goals. The first is to increase the number of children screened, and MCEC leaders are committed to marketing to parents of infants, toddlers, and preschoolers through digital and social media and through a variety of methods. They will also partner with area private preschools and daycare centers to enhance promotion of screening, as well as individually reaching out to parents of 3-year-old children participating in the Minnetonka preschool programs. To meet the learning domain goals, all staff will continue to learn more about the gold assessment tool. Teachers will leverage their professional learning communities to discuss the data collected and how that data will inform practice. Minnetonka Preschool plans to continue its focus on social emotional development as they enter into year 2 of a 5-year pyramid innovation grant through Minnesota Centers of Excellence. The language arts curriculum and literacy interventions are the foundation for meeting this literacy goal. The language arts curriculum, aligned to Minnesota academic standards for language arts and supported by curricular materials such as Making Meaning, Being a Writer, and Wilson Foundations, are designed to provide Tier 1 instruction for all students. The district will begin the language arts curriculum review process during the 2021-22 school year, aligning with the release of new academic standards by the Minnesota Department of Education during the fall of 2021. The curriculum review process will include a comprehensive needs assessment, specifically addressing early literacy needs, and will ultimately result in updates to the language arts program in the areas of reading, writing, speaking, listening, and language to meet this goal. Each year, Director of Assessment Dr. Matt Riga meets with grade level and departmental teams to analyze current achievement gaps and create work plans to narrow those gaps. Teachers carry this work forward within their professional learning communities, setting ongoing goals around student learning. Teachers monitor progress in reading and math and use appropriate interventions to ensure an increase in the percent of students gaining proficiency. In addition to working with teacher teams, Dr. Riga works with site administrators to analyze MCA data and to strategize how to increase proficiency in student groups at a greater rate while continuing to increase overall proficiency rates. Individual principals also set mutual commitments with Superintendent Dr. Dennis Peterson on student achievement as well. While the goal for career and college readiness continues with an academic focus, the strategies are broad. They include full utilization of the Naviance tool for students and families, encouraging all students to take SL or standard level courses in the IB program, expansion of trades courses through the Momentum program, and continuing to prioritize personalized learning for students and creating multimodal, inquiry-based and experiential learning experiences for all students. Finally, counselors and administrators and teachers will monitor student progress towards graduation requirements and will intervene when necessary. They will monitor classroom assessment performance on a regular basis. Academic assistance is available through MAST, the Minnetonka Academic Success Time, through academic anchors, through the Writing Center and the Math Center. And while I'm standing here this evening sharing this report, the World's Best Workforce Plan is truly a district-wide collaboration. I'd like specifically to recognize Molly Bonneman, Early Childhood Family Education and Preschool Coordinator, and Angie Klein-Edler, Early Childhood Special Education Coordinator, who created and planned for the school readiness goals. Dr. Matt Riga, Director of Assessment, who analyzed data and assisted in designing goals. Jeff Erickson, MHS principal who collaborated on the career and college ready and high school graduation goals, Dr. Michael Cyrus, Executive Director of Human Resources, who led the work around equitable access to excellent teachers, Steve Urbanski for guidance on curriculum updates, and of course, Dr. Amy Ledoux, Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, who collaborated with this team on developing strategies for 21-22. I would also like to inform our viewing audience that a summary of this report is available in the Minnetonka Annual Report, and the full report is available on the Minnetonka website. With that concludes our annual report. Thank you.
Great. We don't have comments about it. Thank you. Great. I'd like to call the October 7th, 2021 school board meeting to order. Let's all rise and say the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, and welcome everybody. Our first item is our school report from Excelsior. Dr. Peterson. Oh my gosh. Yep, I will get there. We need an agenda first. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Lisa, second.
Second.
Mike? Questions or additions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we can have our first agenda item, which is our school report from Excelsior. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's always fun for us to host Excelsior Elementary, and great report they have. It's an excellent school, and Stacy DeCourcy is the principal there, and Laura Nelson's the assistant principal, and I'd turn it over to Stacy.
Thank you.
Or
We're going
Laura,
to give you
whichever.
just a minute to get your phones out. We need you all. This is going to be an interactive presentation for you tonight. And this is something that teachers are using in classrooms, so we thought it would be kind of fun for you to also, and actually audience members, if you want to get your phones out, absolutely, you can join us too. This will be kind of fun. Laura, do you want to tell them what they need to get into?
Sure. I am going to pull up, we're going to play, it's a game. And so we are going to have a few questions for you to answer. If you go into, it's going to give you up here on the screen. Join at www.kahoot.it. If you have the Kahoot app, you can go in through the app, but otherwise, the easiest way is www.kahoot.it.
Show us your eyes if you've logged in.
And then it's going to ask you for the PIN, so that's when you'll type the number 422-4913.
422-4913. And then as you give yourself a name, it'll pop up. And audience, sign in too. It'll be fun.
This is in.
Roxanne, make sure you have an appropriate name, kids. We will delete you. I was asking Andy in the back if anyone had done a Kahoot for their presentation, and he said, "Oh, Stacy, only you." I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know. Okay, we're going to give 30 more seconds for people to log in, and then we're going to move forward. This is a quiz today that you'll be taking. It will be graded. We will be putting it into Schoology, so be ready. Be prepared. Your parents will know how you did.
Can I change my name?
Looks like we have 16 participants. Oh, 17. Snoopy just came on. Well, this is really good participation, Laura. 18. Panda Bear. Okay, I think we better go on with the quiz here.
All right, so you'll see a question pop up. The question will come up first, and then the 4 choices will come up. It's a color and a shape, so you'll click which one you think is the correct answer.
We'll read the question to you. Get ready, kids. many students have signed up for the Healthy Snack Cart this year? Oh, how many got it right? 400. Way to go, way to go, way to go. Actually, yeah, we have 400 this year that have signed up for the Healthy Snack Cart. So we have 2 carts, one at each entrance, bananas, apples, oranges, string cheese, graham crackers, hard-boiled eggs occasionally. You know, we have healthy snacks, and so parents pay a fee in the beginning of the year. We try to keep it 15 to 17 cents a day, which is pretty darn good. And the kids come in and they get their snack, they take it up to the classroom, and the teacher decides when they have snack. It's really been wonderful. We also wrote a grant, Laura wrote a grant, and we support kids who can't afford snack too. So it's really been great. We've done that since I've been at Excelsior. So we have 400 families, 400 kids actually. Okay, get ready for the second question.
Okay,
way to go, Katie. You're in the lead. Katie's in the lead.
And you have 10 seconds to answer, so you have to think fast.
Yeah, think fast. Here we go. How many students have visited the health office this year so far? There's Mrs. Selnick in there. It looks quiet right there. Interesting. 350 so far. And that we're counting. I lost my tooth. I need the little necklace for my tooth. To my tummy hurts. My head hurts. We have had a lot of cold and flu type symptoms as well. So, yep. Who won that? We got to see.
Yeah.
Jess, where's Jess? Nice job. Way to go. Jess, nice. Okay. Here's our third question. How many languages are spoken by Excelsior families? Our diversity has gone up, but there are 20 languages spoke. And that's interesting how it's divvying up. So we have 20 different languages, as Becky is just the new language of a family that moved. So we have a very diverse population. So let's see who won that one.
Good job, Lisa.
Go Blue Cho, way to go. All right, here's the next question. How many followers do we have on social media? We have Facebook and Instagram. Social media has been really popular for Excelsior Elementary. What I found is if I send a 3-page newsletter home to people, they don't read it. If I break that up and I put it on Facebook and Instagram, I get all kinds of feedback. It's fascinating, but it really is a new way of communicating with families. So every day I'm posting. So we have 1,829 families that are on our social media. Who got that one? Dr. Mike, way to go. Okay. How many 4th and 5th grade students applied for our junior coach positions? I'll let Laura talk about that.
Sure. Junior coaching is a program that came out of Playworks.
Oh, no.
And we have 4th and 5th graders who fill out an application through an application process. And you guys, that's 120. Yes, you're with 88. So 120 applications this year out of 4th and 5th grade. That's probably half of the students filled out applications. That's the most that we have ever had. And we only have 24 spots, so it makes it really hard to decide. We are being creative and looking for other leadership opportunities, if they could be greeters or study buddies. So our junior coaches will start on Monday, going out to recess with kindergarten, 1st and 2nd graders, helping to facilitate games and conflict resolution on the playground.
Okay.
Katie's back in the
Yay!
lead.
Way to go, Katie, back in the lead. Be nice to Katie now. How many playground zones do we have? Because of COVID, we really are trying to keep kids safe when they're playing outside because they don't have their masks on. So, that picture kind of gave it away.
Well, there are a few extras.
Hey, that wasn't very fair. Jeez, who made this quiz? So the playground zones, kids, we shift them every day. So you might be zone 6 one day, the next day you're zone 7. Then we just switch them around. So one day they have the ship they're playing on, the next day they have the football field. So we just try to keep it moving and keep kids safe out there. Who got that one? Go Blue Cho, way to go. All right, is this our, 2 more questions. How many K95 masks, student masks, have we given out? At Excelsior this year, how many student masks have we given out? This would be families requesting masks.
Jeez. Whoa.
Yep.
I lost. Well, not too bad though.
There we go. Nice. We have given out 2,000 masks. We've given out a lot of masks. Oh, I missed the question. How many certified staff and paraprofessionals work at Excelsior?
They're cute photos.
We have 112. So I don't know who won that one. Let's see. Oh my, we have to find out who this Go Blue is. Who's Go Blue? Hey, nice, very nice. Do you have an Excelsior kiddo? Scenic, guys, okay.
Last question.
Last question. What are we most excited about at Excelsior Elementary this year? Liver and onions every Thursday. Plenty of time to drop off and pick up to read the Iliad and the Odyssey. MTSS Board Goal 2 belonging, Orange Frog, and Happy Children. Oh, you got it, you got it, you got it. We are really excited about the Orange Frog efforts. I hope that you had a chance to see the video. We had thought about showing it tonight, but we'll do that another time. Orange Frog, we're going to be training the admin staff in the next couple of weeks here. We're very excited about that. And we had Sean Aker here to present at our fall opening for teachers, and he was incredible. So, oh, who won? Dr. Mike won? Oh, he's in 3rd. Katie is 2nd. Dun, 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 dun. Yay. Way to go. Nice job. Nice job. You get an A for the day. Nice job. Nice job. So I'm sure you've seen this app. It's called Kahoot. Teachers are using it a lot, and it will score and keep track of everything, and so it is kind of fun. So just wanted to share that with you. I also want to say to the board, these have been tough months, and that we appreciate you. I think about you all the time. I know your meetings are going real late, and that's good because you need to hear from the community, but I know that it's hard, and I just want you to know that we appreciate you, and we appreciate you supporting us and being behind us. So thank you so much. Can I answer any questions for you?
Any questions from the board?
No, and I don't have eggs for you. I'm so sorry. Last year I brought eggs. I'm so sorry.
Do we have an opportunity for a makeup test?
We'll have to talk about that. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you guys so much. I think we were a little bit ahead of community comments, but we have enough that will get us past 7:45, so I think we will start community comments a little bit early. Community comments is an opportunity for the public to address the school board with an item included in this agenda in accordance with the guidelines printed at the end of this agenda. We have a few comments, so I will read the guidelines. Welcome to Minnetonka Minnetonka Schools Board Meeting. In the interest of open communications, the Minnetonka School District wishes to provide an opportunity for the public to address the school board. That opportunity is provided at every regular school board meeting during community comments. Anyone indicating a desire to speak to an item included in this agenda, except for information that personally identifies or violates the privacy rights of employees or students during community comments, will be acknowledged by the board chair. When called upon to speak, please state your name, address, and topic. All remarks shall be addressed to the board as a whole, not to any specific members or to any person who is not a member of the board. If there are a number of individuals present to speak on the same topic, please designate a spokesperson that can summarize the issue. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Longer time may be granted at the discretion of the board chair. If you have written comments, the board would like to have a copy, which will better help them understand, investigate, or respond to your concern. If you want to leave your comments on your way out, that would be great. During community comments, the board and administration listen to your comments. Board members or the superintendent may ask questions of you in order to gain a thorough understanding of your concern, suggestion, or request. If there's any follow-up to your comment or suggestion, you will be contacted by a member of the board or administration. Please be aware that disrespectful comments or comments of a personal nature directed at an individual either by name or reference will not be allowed. Personnel concerns should be directed first to a principal, then to executive director of human resources, then to the superintendent, and finally in writing to the board. We have quite a few comments. Just in addition to these, I just want to remind everybody the board wants to hear from everybody that wants to share their opinion. So please honor and respect each one of their opinions. We don't, like I've said before, this isn't a popularity contest. This is your chance to speak to the board. So please refrain from applause or comments or even body language when people are talking. We've all seen what has happened just recently in local school boards meetings and across the country. So we hope that we can all be adults and limit that here. If we can't follow the guidelines, we'll just end community comments early, okay? Everybody's nodding, so I'm in agreement. All right, first up, we have Carl Bunday to talk about the Safe Learning Plan. Welcome, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board for this opportunity to speak. I sent ahead by email more detailed references for the things I'll mention, so I'll just say that I agree with the idea of continuing a masking policy in Minnetonka Public Schools as currently implemented. Looking forward to how we can retire masks, because I have come to these meetings masked, but I don't enjoy wearing masks. I certainly don't wear them at home. I don't wear them ever walking out in the streets of Minnetonka. Masks are no fun. They are helpful for preventing the spread of infectious diseases. To get out of the mask business, we must get into the vaccination business in a bigger way. I will quote one authority who was a recovered COVID-19 patient. Just over a year ago, he was in acute care at Walter Reed Medical Center after having fallen ill with COVID-19, possibly when he visited our school district a week and a year ago, namely President Donald Trump. He recovered from his case of COVID-19 after emergency medical treatment that included experimental medications that were not then available to the general public. Mr. Trump later in the White House, as he was preparing to leave office, received a COVID-19 vaccine in the White House with his wife. And after he left the White House, he completed his course of vaccination. And he said in a Fox News interview in March, "I would recommend it, and I would recommend it to a lot of people that don't want to get it. And a lot of those people voted for me, frankly. It is a great vaccine. It is a safe vaccine, and it is something that works. Going forward, we'll get out of the mask business when we get thoroughly into the vaccination business. If the United States had taken Donald Trump's advice earlier on, we wouldn't be in the mask business now. We'd have a high enough vaccination rate in the community that nobody would need masks to attend schools safely in Minnetonka." I sent to the board, details about legal issues, religious liberty issues, which are very close to my heart, and a lot of other issues around a safe learning plan. Going forward, I would be happy as a member of the community to speak to other members of the community who have misgivings about this position I'm laying out before you. I think we can all work together to find a solution that honors and cares for all the children in our community, whether they attend public schools, as indeed mine did not for many years, because I'm a homeschooling parent who only had children enrolled in the Minnetonka public schools very recently. But I think we can all work together for a safe learning plan that helps all of our community members go forward and to work together to think first about the children that are in the care of the school district. I appreciate your listening to this. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that I'm using a timer, so when it sounds at 3 minutes, just please stop your comments. Next up is Shannon Holban to talk about the Safe Learning Plan.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Holban. I moved out of the district 2 years ago to Victoria and now open and enroll my 2 children in Minnetonka. I have 1 child at the high school and 1 child at MMW. I am here tonight to speak to you about mass choice. I am responsible for any medical choices involving my children, and wearing a mask is a medical decision. Every parent has the authority to decide what is best for their child. Public health officials claim, based on their mask mandate decisions and guidance on science. But there is no science on mask mandates for children. A new research study by Dr. Macquarie and his colleagues at Johns Hopkins found that of the $42 billion the National Institute of Health spent on research last year, less than 2% went to COVID clinical research, and not a single grant was dedicated to studying masks in children. A recent article published in the Wall Street Journal in August regarding the effectiveness of masks reducing the transmission of COVID in children found only 1 retrospective study on this topic, and the results were inconclusive. Think about that. We are covering our children's faces for more than 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, and there is no significant evidence that it is effective. A child is at school to learn, and masks are interfering, by significantly reducing their ability to concentrate, by hiding teachers' lips and muffling their speech. Mask wearing makes it harder for children to develop linguistic skills. Unable to rely on facial cues, teachers and students of all ages are more likely to misinterpret one another. Students' learning and education is negatively impacted with the use of masks. Wearing masks for long periods of time exacerbate anxiety and cause breathing issues for students. Children compensate by breathing through their mouth, which alter facial development. The psychological harm of long-term masking should be just as much a worry as COVID, if not greater. Facial expressions are critical to human connection. Covering a child's face prevents children from learning non-verbal forms of communication and can result in robotic, emotionless interactions, anxiety, and depression. In June, the CDC published a notable yet mostly ignored large-scale study of COVID transmission in American schools. A few major news outlets covered its release by briefly reiterating the study's summary. That masking unvaccinated teachers and improving ventilation with more fresh air were associated with lower incidence of the virus in schools. Other findings of equal importance in the study, however, were absent from the summary and not widely reported. These findings cast doubt on the impact of many of the most common.
Thank you. If you want to leave your comments, please. And Carl, we did receive your email. I forgot that. Next up is Kelly Duane to talk about the Safe Learning Plan. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Kelly. I live in district. In Excelsior, I have 3 kids who attend Minnetonka Elementary. I wanted to talk to you tonight about the issues of mask wearing, spacing, and the lack of parent involvement in the schools. I fear this might be jeopardizing our children's academics, social abilities, mental health, and the positive influence that parents have on our children. It might be hard for the board to understand what I'm explaining to you since the majority of you don't have students in elementary and or middle school, which is where we have the mask policies and the restrictions implemented. I hope everyone, including probably the doctors that have spoken before, can agree or might not, but we don't know the mental effects that we're putting on our children with mask wearing. I do know that we probably can all agree that there is a problem with mental health in our country and our community. I'm here to fight for the children and their mental health. When my 5-year-old tells me he isn't having fun because, Mom, I can't play with friends because we have a 3-foot spacing policy between masked children, He says to me, "Mama, in preschool I shared my toys and played with my friends and no one got sick. Why will they get sick in kindergarten?" Seriously, think about that for a hot second. He's 5. He's already understanding this doesn't make sense. Everywhere else we go, there's no mask needed. Minnetonka is the highest in excellence. It's held that title very strong. We just heard it in the report. I really feel like we might be jeopardizing that with these policies. We are educating the students for the workforce of tomorrow and for the jobs of the future. We need to continue to work for each student's personalized pathway. This might sound familiar because it's quoted from one of the board members' election interviews. This too. We need to support our students' well-being and families' desires to have their students be socially and emotionally resilient. I really hope the board's ideas of mask wearing and not playing with friends is resilience. Minnetonka was voted the top district. It's by evidence in the NEACH 2020 results. But this year that all could change. We have local districts sending their kids to school unmasked. They're doing it successfully. I don't know how the top school district can't figure that out. I ask you, the board, the one who make the decisions, even when your job is to tell us what to do, none of us have been through this before. And every family deserves the right to make choices for their family. In leadership, it's okay to say I don't have the answers. I'll ask. It's okay to listen, and it's okay to be able to change your mind. Listen to the emails, the calls, the teachers, the parent speakings. Change your vote. Remove the mask policy. And if not, at the very least, loosen the restrictions. They could be affecting our children's successful outcomes. And if there's someone that feels so strongly, then let them choose to go to work or choose to send their child to school in a mask. Just like we do with the high school students. Our children are going to be okay, but Minnetonka is not a district of okay. We are the leaders in academics. We are the district that offers individual opportunities for each student. Don't let that stop now. Thank you.
All right, one warning. Everybody agreed, right? Okay, thank you. Catherine Bonin, to talk about the Safe Learning Plan. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm here once again to discuss mask choice for our children. We are now entering month number 11 of children wearing masks. For 11 months, our babies have not seen a face in school, 11 months. There are repercussions for this, and there were a number of parents who stood before you all in August and September, and likely tonight, sharing with you the negative effects the mask has had on their child. I was one of them, and without much consideration to those of us who had concerns with masking our children, the board appeared to vote unanimously that in order for kids to return and remain in school, a mask had to be worn at all times, no exceptions. We have this idea that the disease is so bad that we must adopt any means to stop the spreading. It's not that masks in schools have no cost. They actually do have substantial cost because children need to see faces. Kids watch people's faces to learn to speak, to read, and understand emotions. And how are children supposed to develop skills when they can't see one another's face? Who is answering for these questions? We parents have stood before you over and over again these last few months, telling you these things. We're not making this stuff up. This is real. Our children are struggling. Please listen to us. I'm asking that the board recognize, acknowledge, and consider other options than just universally masking our babies all day, every day. If our district prides itself on academic excellence, then why continue to enforce a policy that we know is negatively affecting so many? A number of countries in Europe, based on the European CDC and the WHO, advise against mask wearing for children. This is because they took into consideration the overall well-being of a child and not just one aspect. This is, as far as I'm aware, our school district and leaders have not done such analysis. There's been no statistical difference for classes with masks versus a classroom without masks. In fact, I sent you all links yesterday, including neighboring districts to the west of us, that are not requiring masks in their elementary COVID dashboards. And as of yesterday, they look very similar to ours. Let these kids breathe freely. They need to see faces. Your acknowledgement and change in course on this decision is crucial to our children's physiological and psychological well-being. There are other ways to operate a school safely without children wearing a mask all day. Our Safe Learning Plan states that we have one of the best air filtration systems out there, but yet we're masking our children all day. I do not agree with this. I would really like the board to consider mask choice as you make your decision again tonight. Why this health decision transitioned to a school board after last year's mandate makes no sense to me. This really is a parent's choice. If there is a case in class, you can notify a family like you do for, say, strep throat. Parents can monitor kids closely for symptoms, 3 or more cases in a 2-week period. Classroom mitigations, reviewed. Allow children to remove their masks while seated at their desk. Allow families and staff to determine on their own if they wish to quarantine. Can we please work together? Will you please listen to us? These are not irrational and irresponsible recommendations. Other schools are implementing these things and it's working. Allow our babies to see faces. It is crucial to their academic success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kat. Next up is Dr. Amy Cho.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Amy Cho. I'm a practicing emergency physician and a resident of Minnetonka. I have 4 young children, 3 of them attend Scenic Heights Elementary School. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to continue the indoor universal masking policy for our K-8 students. I'm asking this as both a physician and a parent. Dr. Makari, quoted earlier tonight, predicted in a Wall Street Journal article earlier this year that we would have herd immunity by April. Sadly, he was wrong on that occasion and many others. A recent MMWR report from the CDC reviewed the impact of masking and found decreased spread of COVID in districts with masking. I believe the only Minnetonka school on the list for COVID outbreaks for the state is Minnetonka High School, the only one without masking. So the incidence of COVID is increasing again in Minnesota. We have a high COVID hospitalization rate again. Our pediatric ICUs are overflowing with RSV, and we're now seeing increasing cases of MIS-C due to COVID. Our emergency department patients are regularly waiting 6 to 8 hours to be seen, something we've never experienced in the 12 years that I've been practicing in Minnesota. So-called elective surgeries for cancer and other important conditions are being delayed again. A vaccine for elementary students is likely just a month away from authorization and delivery. The FDA Advisory Committee is meeting to discuss authorization on October 26th. We're in the home stretch, and so it's even more important that we do what we can to protect our kids until we get to this milestone. As a parent, I want you to continue universal masking to protect the short-term and long-term health of my children. You've heard lots of anecdotes, so I'll share mine. My 3 children have no problems wearing masks. No problems. I also want to talk to you, my kindergartner was exposed to COVID in class. We got one of the letters from the school, and it wasn't just 1 day, it was 3 days. She has over 20 children in her kindergarten class. They didn't have to quarantine because of universal masking. So I think that equates to about 132 student days that were saved because they didn't have to quarantine. So no learning loss for those 132 student days. And I didn't have to take off of my job as an emergency physician to care for her during quarantine. The education and health of my other 3 children were not disrupted or impacted because she did not catch COVID at school. For all of these reasons, I urge you to continue the universal masking policy indoors for our K-8 students at this time of worsening hospital stress, increasing cases, and during the short wait for access to vaccination for our youngest learners.
Thank you. Next up is Nicole Nayetskreva. Welcome.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna move this if I may for a second. All right, good evening, board members, Dr. Peterson. My name is Nicole Nayetskreva, and I live in the district. I want to talk to you today about the free testing that we're offering at schools, and free in quotes. I'm not sure if the board is aware, but the grant that the district has received from the state of Minnesota comes with strings attached. I have here the PowerPoint from the Minnesota Department of Education regarding the grant. And the district receives $54.75 per student from the fund from the state of Minnesota. Now, what are the conditions? The conditions are detailed in this ELC reopening plan. And these conditions are that the district is obligating itself to follow recommendations of the HHS and the CDC without input from us. Now, what does that mean? That means that this board, by entering into this agreement, has relinquished its power regarding COVID decisions to 2 federal agencies. The district has also agreed to assist the United States government in the implementation and enforcement of federal orders related to quarantine and isolation. Now, my law school days are long gone, but I know that you guys are not law enforcement, but that's what you've agreed to. You've also agreed to share all the data with 2 federal agencies that have absolutely no obligation to keep that data private. And by data, I mean the data relating to these children taking these free optional tests at your school. Now, if people aren't scared enough about that, in this PowerPoint from the Minnesota Department of Education, they have a playbook for teachers and educators that the schools can use. And I know that we've used it, because I have read it, and things in here sound very similar to our Safe Learning Plan. Now, who drafted this playbook? It was the Rockefeller Foundation. So now we're obligating ourselves to 2 federal agencies. We are following a private organization that in the front of this playbook that we're following says it's as is. We give no warranties that this is legal. We give no warranties that this works. And how involved are we with this? Do you guys remember this flyer? Welcome back to school. Yeah? This is the Rockefeller playbook. This is their picture. This is what our district used. Now, how serious is this? This is very serious. Minnesota Statute 123B09 says that all the power of the district vests with you. You have contracted that power away to 2 federal agencies that have no power to make laws or enforce them. You are in legally very dangerous water. And we show up here and we think you listen to us, and this has been contracted away. I don't know if the board knows this, but I suggest today that you guys make a motion, you halt the testing at the school, and you review this information so you know what you have agreed to, because this is outrageous. And as my final comment, mask choice, always. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Christine Gozen to talk about the Safe Learning Plan.
Hi, I'm Christine Gosen, class of 2001, and parent of a kindergartner at Groveland. I'm also an emergency medicine physician with over 10 years of experience. I'll be honest, I wish COVID wasn't still a part of our lives. Wearing a mask isn't something that I enjoy, and most likely my kids and I won't get severely ill from COVID. However, some kids and their parents will, and it isn't always the people with chronic illnesses. I wear a mask most of the time anyway, one that I happen to think is fun. My daughter didn't need to wear one at daycare because of her age, but she handled the transition to kindergarten and turning 5 years old smoothly. Her main complaint is when I'm washing her favorite mask and she has to wear a different one. Quarantines happened several times for each of my kids at daycare, and we haven't had one at school yet. I heard concerns raised about masks that block facial expression. Not all facial coverings do. Maybe we get creative in the meantime. ASL interpreters wear masks that have a clear window in front of their mouths. I've seen clear lower face masks at the gym, and face shields also exist. I am vaccinated to lower transmission rates and further decrease the chance of severe illness. COVID will stop being a pandemic when transmission drops, and vaccines are one way to help that day come sooner. The hardest part of the pandemic hasn't been the ever-changing and continuing challenges at works, the discussions with my parents last year about how and when to interact, or even figuring out finances when both parents had reduced hours and no work from home options. The hardest part was the nearly 4 weeks of back-to-back quarantines after exposure and illnesses that also spanned Christmas of last year. The most important thing to me right now is that my children can continue to go to school and daycare, and that I can continue to go to work. That means none of us are homesick or on quarantine. Masks and vaccination reduce illness and the frequency and duration of quarantines. As long as COVID transmission rates are substantial, I support the continued use of masks and encouragement of vaccines. Then together we'll get to a point where COVID no longer has the impact it does on our
Thank you. Next up, we have Amy Stern. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I have 2 daughters at Groveland, and I'm not a medical professional like many here today, but I am a researcher and a statistician. I've been watching the numbers carefully for over a year now when I was making decisions about my own family and whether we went to school last year. Thank you for your careful consideration and caution with which you made the decisions around masking this past August. At that time, I was actually really hopeful that we were peaking and we were going to see a decline soon. Unfortunately, I was wrong about that, and since then, cases in our community have risen to levels we haven't seen since last April. What's most alarming to me, though, is when I'm looking at the age groups and the increase in cases among children. In data released today from the Minnesota Department of Health, 5 to 9-year-olds and 10 to 14-year-olds lead every age group in case rates. This is very different from how things looked last year, when children were less likely to contract the virus. In fact, the rate of 5 to 9-year-olds today is higher than it's been at any point in the pandemic, including last winter's surge. So again, there are more cases in 5 to 9-year-olds today in Minnesota than we've seen at all in this pandemic. So while we're at April levels, our 5 to 9-year-olds are at the highest they've ever been. This is not the time to have our unvaccinated students take off their masks. The case for masks is clear. They're going to show that in-school transmission will be lower. With the reduced transmission, our kids will be less likely to get sick and less likely to have to quarantine and disrupt lives at home. Please extend the Safe Learning Plan as it is until all students in our schools can be fully vaccinated, meaning at least 5 weeks after those vaccines are approved, and or until case rates are substantially lower than they are now. And I really encourage you to consider those 2 factors as you're making that decision of when masks go away, because I hope they go away soon as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jen Senskal. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jen Seneskal. I'm a mom of 2 girls. First, thank you for allowing us the time to speak tonight. I'm standing up here asking for mask choice for our children. However, if you aren't comfortable with that, I'm asking you to be open to other options. How about treating the school like most restaurants did through COVID? Let the kids wear masks in the hallways and in large group settings, but once seated, let them breathe. Give them a break from their masks. On our school's webpage, under the ventilation and air cleaning section, it states that the air purifiers in the classrooms assures that appropriate fresh air is introduced to every room frequently, and minute particles, including the coronavirus, are removed before infecting inhabitants. The district provides 2 important layers of protection to inhabitants of all rooms in the district through its high-quality ventilation systems that they have been certified by engineers and air purification systems that have been installed in all classrooms and offices. These purifiers provide extraordinary protection by removing germs from the air at a level necessary to extract the COVID virus. I just copied and pasted that. If you as a district are so proud of these systems, I'm asking, why do we still have a mask mandate? I know you have heard all of this a million times, but I'm asking once again, as a concerned parent, to please let our kids breathe, however, in whichever way you can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Next up is Linda Nelson.
Hi, and thank you. I'm Linda Nelson. I'm from Chanhassen. I have a daughter at high school, and she was recently tested for COVID to get a negative test, but we found out she had pneumonia, and we were out for 5 days. When we went and had the test, we're a holistic family, and so I was totally against any type of drugs and stuff, and we ended up leaving the doctor's office with antibiotics to help her with the pneumonia. So we missed 5 days, got back to school for 2 days to get an email that she had had close contact with someone who had COVID. We quickly went and had another test taken, still negative. My question is, why is a non-PCR test allowed to diagnose a positive COVID test and restrict healthy kids from school, and that same non-PCR test should be allowed for the student to get back into school even if they had no symptoms? We waited 30 hours to get our test result back for the non-PCR to find out again we were still negative. Now we've been out of school for 10 days, lots of homework, and on top of that, we didn't even have a Google Meet with the teachers to be able to allow her to participate in the classroom. She was very crushed because she's like, Mom, I'm not sick, I'm healthy, why can't I be at school, and why can't I be treated just like everybody else? Mine is short and sweet. That's all I have for you, is just to reconsider the test that you're having everybody take and have it be a non-PCR test so that the kids can be back in the classroom where they want to be so that they can be engaged and learn with their teachers and their friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kara Tyler to talk about the Safe Learning Plan. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Kara Tyler, I live in Excelsior. I have 4 children. I have one at the high school, one at MMW, and 2 at Excelsior Elementary. I am here tonight to ask the board to maintain mask requirements in the district's elementary and middle school as you review your safe learning plan. Our youngest daughter, who's 9, too young to be vaccinated, woke us up early in the morning, Sunday, September 26th, crying and complaining of a painful headache. She had a fever of more than 102 degrees. We've been notified the preceding Friday of a classroom exposure to COVID. On Tuesday, we learned she tested positive on a PCR test. She actually tested negative on 3 separate rapid tests. So please rely on the PCR tests. Her symptoms, this high fever, this severe headache, persisted for several days along with a dry cough. I have never seen my daughter so sick. We're certain she picked it up at school because she participated in no other activities, hasn't been at the store, and was only around other family members, and they all tested negative. Our other daughter is 11. She's also too young to be vaccinated. Per district protocol, she was appropriately required to quarantine for a minimum of 10 days, which I totally support. The weeks of our daughter's isolation and quarantine were miserable for our kids, for our whole family. Our daughters missed numerous days of school. They were isolated from their peers entirely. They missed out on classroom learning. They could connect with their teachers and classmates only by screen. And only after a certain number of days, the teachers were wonderful. Each of you is aware Delta is highly contagious. You're aware elementary school and most of 6th grade and the middle school aren't old enough to be vaccinated at this point. And even with the mitigation measures currently in place, our daughter did get COVID. We're not blaming the school for that. We get that that happens. But if the board removes the mask requirement for elementary and middle school students before children in these age groups are able to be vaccinated, there is no doubt the number of children with COVID will rapidly climb. And alongside that, the number of children required to quarantine. All their close contacts, all unvaccinated family members. So please just consider the number of missed school days that would result from a single case of COVID in an unmasked, unvaccinated classroom. I know the board wants to keep kids in school. Continuing the mask requirement is absolutely essential to this purpose. For that reason, I implore you to maintain it at the very least until children in our elementary and middle schools are able to be vaccinated. Lastly, I speak to you tonight not only as a parent concerned for her own children, but as an individual concerned for our district's health staff and our teachers. I spoke earlier today with a school nurse, which is actually the reason I'm here. I hadn't planned to come and speak, but this conversation really hit me. What I heard was a mix of exhaustion, fear, and despair about the number of sick kids she would see if masks were no longer required at the elementary school. And I heard dedication, and I heard how much she loves her job and how hard she has been working to stop the further spread of COVID. But it is the board that will make the decision with the greatest impact, and that is continuing the mask requirement. Please help our kids stay safe in school. Please continue the mask requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Chad Herman to talk about the Safe Learning Plan. Welcome.
Good evening. Hello, board members. I'm here to talk about the Safe Learning Plan. I had a couple not questions, but comments from the last people that have talked as well about the Safe Learning Plan. I've been looking at the COVID dashboard for the Minnetonka School District for the ever since school opened up, and I've been looking at the numbers too. And what I thought was interesting was that if you look at the percent of infections per school building and compare them from elementary to middle school to high school, elementary is by far the highest between the three different buildings. And I'm kind of wondering why that is the case, because they're all wearing masks. And masks are supposed to work so well. And if the last person just came up and said that her child got contracted COVID-19 by being in school, they're all wearing masks. So that would lead me to believe that masks don't work. So why are we wearing masks for the children? The one thing I do want to point out is that the high school is one of the lower percentages compared to the elementary. It is lower than the elementary, and they are not wearing masks. It is optional. The other thing I'd like to point out is there's a neighboring school district right to our west that had a mask mandate and just released it as of this Monday. Masks are optional, K through 12. And their numbers and their values that they're using as a metric is lower than what we even have here. We are less than 1% in the elementary school. The high school is even lower than that. It's less than 0.5%. The other thing I thought was interesting was that another parent came up and talked today about, based on MDH guidelines, the Minnetonka High School would be considered an outbreak status. Okay, that's fine, but based on that same guidelines, it is 5 cases in the school. That would also make 3 elementary schools in Minnetonka on the same list, and they're all wearing masks as well. So how can they be on the list if they're wearing masks? My last comment is regarding the quarantining. I talked about this at the last study session 2 weeks ago and asked questions about the quarantining policy and the fact that the district is forcing kids to quarantine and not providing streaming. That is still the case now. They're not providing streaming and forcing them to quarantine for 10 days. I have followed up with a rebuttal and comments back to when I talked 2 weeks ago in an email to the school board that I have yet to hear an answer from. So I'm just kind of curious why the school board chose to quarantine children and not provide streaming services. That's still what I don't get. They're treating it as, based on the video from back in August 19th, the quarantining is treated as an absence and the children can make up the work when they come back to school. Well, how are you going to make it up if you're gone 10 days? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kristen Hansen to talk about the Safe Learning Plan.
Good evening, board members. I'm Kristen, and I'm here tonight to speak for my 2 children who are unable to speak for themselves. Yes, you heard me right. I have 2 daughters who attend elementary school in this district, and they have a rare genetic condition which causes them to be nonverbal. They do not have the ability to let their teachers know if they feel dizzy, have headaches, or if they can't see well with the humanity shields that they need to wear. They also have seizures, ataxia, sensory issues, and poor balance. My kindergartner, who had a 12-minute seizure at school last year, is being forced to wear a humanity shield. It is crucial that teachers and paras are able to see her eyes easily in order to recognize the first signs of a seizure. It is not safe for her to have anything on her face. I lost sleep for 2 weeks, actually, after the decision was made before school started because of this, because I knew that my kids have these issues, and I knew that you guys were not going to allow them to be uncovered. My other child, who is more prone to tripping and falling due to ataxia, is also being forced to wear a humanity shield at school. This is dangerous because her field of vision is being impacted by the shield. There is wrapping around the outside that's preventing seeing from the sides, and I've asked to have it just be without the covering, but that was not honored. Their doctor has indicated from a medical and safety perspective, my children should not be allowed to wear any face covering. As of now, medical face covering exemptions that are allowed in the district do not include an accommodation for an uncovered face. So I am here tonight to ask you, when will the district begin to honor these exemptions? When will the district make accommodations that are in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act? When will the district start to prioritize the safety of all children in the district, including those with special needs? Right now, Minnetonka School District has one of the most restrictive policies in place regarding face coverings in this country. In Chicago, kids with disabilities, in particular with the syndrome that my children have, are allowed to go to school with their faces uncovered. This is also the case in New York City, where the number of cases are extremely high. Other districts in Minnesota, districts that are close to Minnetonka, which was also reviewed tonight, are allowed in honoring medical exemptions as well. To be clear, honoring an exemption does not mean forcing a child to wear a shield or a humanities shield instead of a mask, or following a child around school with a plexiglass between the child and his or her peers. Yes, I was told that there would be a plexiglass rolled around in between my child and other people at the school. This is inhumane and does not provide a healthy learning environment for our most vulnerable children. The policies in place are making things harder for not only the students, but also the teachers, who are doing an amazing job, by the way, but they are required to enforce these things. We need to allow accommodations for our children with disabilities to be in school. Pushing them out of school to do distance learning isn't the answer either. Please, please, I'm asking you to update the district policy to truly honor our exemptions with medical reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Last community comment is Kevin Eichhorn. Do you wish to speak?
Hi, Kevin Eichhorn. I have 5 boys and love the school district. We've got one in elementary, has to wear a mask. And we had one in 9th grade who had to miss his homecoming because he was in a bus proximity next to somebody, and they said he had to stay home and miss it, and that was very tragic. I think our policies concerning quarantine and near proximity type of issues are misguided. I really think that, if the masks do really work, then parents who fear generally that the children are going to get sick can let them wear masks all day, and those who don't, I think we have an option to say no. We actually can think through things. We can see COVID for what it is and our children for who they are, and we can allow them to wear masks or not masks. I really believe that we have to be intelligent and think through these things. I think last time I was here speaking, the room was completely full, and over 90% seemed to not want masks or mask optional. And then the response, I think we stayed until 3 a.m. There was no debate. We didn't hear you guys talk about it at all. I emailed you all. I only heard back from 2, and both of you said, well, we didn't really want it, but it was kind of like hush hush, and then we have to all vote together, and it was this really awkward feeling, and my wife and I were just really perplexed. I'm sure many here are perplexed as well, board, that you didn't come out stronger. You didn't fight for our kids. You chose to abuse our kids with this mask thing that can harm them, and you heard, I don't want to go through all the negatives. There might be some positives, but there's a whole lot of negatives as well. And I really believe that the abuse is there, okay? It's an issue. We as parents, if our kid was abused at in a neighborhood, we'd go deal with it. And we don't want that to have a policy where any of these kids can be harmed by a simple mask policy. So we ask that you debate. Let us hear your debate. I think we deserve as parents to see that you actually think about it, take our considerations, and we want to hear what's going on. We want to see that it's not just a unanimous vote, everybody's voting together. We want to see if there's a division, why and how, and I think as parents we want to see more of that. I think we want to hear more from you on what really makes sense with our kids, and as we heard, the numbers are so low, it's not really affecting kids, and I have a lot more thoughts, but I really thank everybody for coming out and actually standing up and saying what they believe about their kids. I really believe that parents need to make these decisions, and I hope you will listen to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more? That concludes community comments. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming and listening to the guidelines. I really appreciate it, and the board really appreciates hearing from everybody. Great. Our next agenda item is the enrollment report. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, one of the reports we give you each year is an enrollment report, and Dr. Jackie Getty has developed the report this year, and this is an important part of our work in the district to keep the district thriving and allowing all of our students to thrive in the district. So Dr. Getty, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Dr. Peterson, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present the 2021-22 enrollment report. Enrollment of students in districts across our state is, of course, vital, and growing districts have a distinct advantage over those that are declining. Minnetonka is a strong and thriving district, and we welcome open enrolled students to enjoy the benefits of our programs and staff. The success of open enrollment means that the district has been able to stabilize enrollment at all of our neighborhood elementary schools and to increase overall revenue to sustain our innovative programs. We maintain optimal enrollment levels that avoid budget cuts, that keep our classroom sizes small, that fund innovative programs that benefit our students, and also that support retaining our teachers and staff. The district is currently under 11,100 student cap for our in-person learning that you approved. The current goal is to maintain enrollment under that level. The schools are not at capacity. The district does not plan to fill to capacity. Open enrollment helps the district to meet our target enrollment levels, and without it, there would not be enough resident students to meet those levels. And having, as I said, a robust and thriving school district benefits the entire Minnetonka community. Currently, grade levels for in-person learning this year are between 756 and 893, but resident in-person kindergarten alone, without the added open enrolled students, is 551. So by the numbers, if we look at open enrollment, total enrollment in Minnetonka for all of our students is 10,912 in-person students. This is as of Friday, October 1, when I put this together, and 323 Tonka Online full e-learning students, the program that's new to us this year. Open enrollment, we have 3,847 in-person students and 229 e-learning students. And the percentage of open enrollment students for our in-person enrollment is 36%. By education level, at the high school, it's 33%. At the middle school level alone, 36%, and at the elementary schools, it averages to 37%. And we do hear that a lot of families move into the district after having been open enrolled families. Looking at the districts where our open enrolled students reside, we have open enrolled students coming from 49 different districts for in-person learning, and an additional 18 districts when we include Tonka Online K-12 full e-learning. Last year, this number was 50. These are the districts where our in-person open enrolled students reside. In Hopkins, we have 985 students coming into our district for in-person learning. That is a drop of 26, but when you look at the next slide that I'm going to show, which is the e-learning students, we pretty much make that up in e-learning students from Hopkins. Eastern Carver County, 889. Eden Prairie, 555. West Tonka, 278. Then Wayzata, Waconia, Minneapolis, Osseo Maple Grove, Robbinsdale, and St. Louis Park. And I put the niche.com rankings on here so that you can really see that a lot of the students that are coming into our district are coming from great school districts, coming from strong schools. They're not fleeing a school that's not quality. It's just that we have more opportunities. And then I took a snapshot of which districts our e-learning open enrolled students are coming from. The number one district is Wayzata with 62 students. And then Hopkins, as I mentioned, 24. Eastern Carver, 19. Then Mounds View, Minneapolis, Osseo Maple Grove, Eden Prairie, Waconia, Robbinsdale, and West Tonka. So This is a look at our class sizes, and typically the Minnesota Legislative Reference Library does an annual study that shows class sizes across the states. They didn't do one last year, so the information we have on there that shows Metro is from the 2019-20 year. And then this shows our class sizes for the different levels over the year, over the last 3 years. So this year, if you look at kindergarten, for example, our school year 21-22, our kindergarten average class size is 20.4 students, and the Metro data, the most current that we have, is 20.9. So we have smaller classes than that. In first grade, ours is 20.9 students per class, and the Metro average is 21.7. In second grade, 19.9 for us, 23 for the Metro average. In third grade, our number is 22.7 students, and the Metro average is 24.2. And then fourth grade, 22.5, and the Metro average 25.3. And finally, fifth grade, we're at 24.5, and the Metro average is 26.7. So through a strategic enrollment growth model and by using open enrollment to help the district reach these target enrollment levels, Minnetonka Schools has brought in an additional $250 million since 2007, with the majority of that money going to provide more opportunities and lower class sizes for our students than they ever would have had possible without that added revenue. For this year alone, open enrolled in-person students have brought in $29.2 million, and there has been an additional $1.68 million from our e-learning open enrolled students. The reputation of having a high quality program really keeps our district in demand as a district of choice. And this model really shows what that cycle of excellence is. We attract students. Open enrollment brings in new students to the district, and many of the families eventually do move into and become families of the district's resident families. From that, we grow financial resources. So new students that come in bring those additional resources from local, state, and national funding sources. We meet our core costs. So a portion of the money is spent on core costs, of course. Teachers and staff, technology, buildings, support services, business services, transportation, and others. And then what is left really fuels that cycle of excellence, because those remaining funds, and they're significant because a lot of our core costs were already met with our resident students. These remaining funds really deepen our signature programs, enhance the student experience, develop innovative teaching and learning strategies, and retain those great teachers and staff members. So these are the new numbers for this year. Minnetonka received $6,957 in general state aid and operating capital for each kindergarten through sixth grade resident or non-resident student, and $8,348 for each grades 7 to 12 resident and non-resident student. As I said, our basic costs of operation are already really in place for resident students, so each additional non-resident student costs the district much less than our resident students. That means the district retains a significant amount of the revenue generated from each non-resident student, which we can use for other things and do. So let's look at our kindergarten class. That is the class of 2034, which sounds unrealistic, but there it is. We have 857 in-person students this year in our kindergarten class. 551 are resident, and 306 are open enrolled. If we only had resident kindergartners, the reduction just in basic aid and operating capital for this year alone would be $2.13 million. And then over the time that class would be in school with us, so if we kept all of them from kindergarten through 12th grade, we'd see nearly $27.7 million in lost basic aid and operating capital revenue just for that kindergarten class alone. These are the reasons that families tell us that they seek enrollment with us: academic excellence, personal attention, language immersion, our innovative curriculum, and our high potential and AP and IB offerings. We're also in a great position to be able to set our enrollment targets and to close classrooms and programs as they fill up. Enrollment management is really a precision activity, so we do fill a classroom or a grade, and we stop taking open enrollment for that grade or classroom when we fill. And it also gives us that financial flexibility to add a para or another teacher when it's needed, and it puts us in control of that. And just a reminder about the cap too. In fall 2020-21, enrollment is currently at 10,000, or 21-22, we're currently at 10,912 for our in-person students. So we're under the target enrollment, and we plan to maintain being under 11,100 rather than to grow to capacity.
And the addition of the K-12 Tonka online e-learning program this fall has also really given the district an additional avenue for accepting open enrolled families. We wanted to provide an e-learning program for our own families in the district who were seeking that option, and at first the numbers weren't very strong, and it may have been difficult to provide that program, but by allowing in additional open enrolled students and also by creating a partnership that Dr. Peterson and Dr. Ledoux helped to form with some districts to have some of their students in for part of the year, we've been able to provide a really robust program, e-learning program for our students. And then just a quick snapshot of from the parent survey, that our parent satisfaction across the district is at 94% who say that the education in the district is excellent or good. And among our open enrolled families, that is also very high, even a little higher, at 96% who felt that the quality was excellent or good. So that is our enrollment report for this school year. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for Dr. Getty? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next up, we have the adoption of our annual report. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as you know, over the years, the district has provided really a corporate type report to our taxpayers and families in the district, as well as open enrollment families and employees, to give them a full picture of how the district's doing and where our challenges are. And at the last meeting, the board gave input to Dr. Getty, and those have been taken into account. And so we're ready for you to consider adopting the annual report tonight. Dr. Getty will go over the details of that and ask for your adoption.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Mr. Chair and members of the board, this report, as you know, is a primary tool that the district uses to communicate its district goals, results, and accountability to parents and citizens of the district. It is far more comprehensive than reports that we see at neighboring schools. We include not only financial data, but also reports on our innovation strategies, our signature programs, and student achievement well beyond test scores. And it includes the state's required World's Best Workforce annual report as well. Following an adoption of the annual report, and with your approval, it will be mailed to each district parent and resident, distributed to staff, and then included in welcome packets for new families. And we also put it online and then add videos where we have them to support the things that we're talking about. So if we have our signature programs in there, we'll add the videos that we have related to that to more fully help people understand that program. So with that, I will walk through the report and also the changes that we made with your input. So these were the 2020-21 school board goals, and in the annual report, we have a recap of each of the goals and of the highlights that were completed within each goal. In Goal 1, student well-being, we focus on the interviews and focus groups that Dr. William Dykle recommended, to the development of the Mental Health Advisory Committee and the work that they did, to the parent webinars and resources and updates to the district's well-being guide that were made last year. In Goal 2, which was new this past year, much work was done, and we articulate all of the different aspects of that, from the commitment statement to the action plan, to the creation of the website and resources, to policy reviews and listening sessions that you held, to the confidential tool that was developed for students to report incidents, to the development of belonging committees that were created at each school. For Goal 3, we summarized the development of the 5-year strategic plan, which included space and capacity plans and a tech plan for fixed assets. And for Goal 4, which was multimodal learning, very important for last year as we saw a variety of different learning models. So it was about adapting the district curriculum to those variety of models needed throughout the year due to COVID. And we summarized that work. Looking at the ACT information, this was one of the pages when we talked about it at the study session that we thought it probably made sense to explain that not all colleges and universities are using the ACT as a marker currently when they're evaluating applicants. And so we did work with our college counselor at the high school, Phil Trout, to develop some language that shared that. On the screen, you'll see the ACT average scores. This last year, the average score was 27.2. And for a perspective, this remains close to our all-time high, the last 3 years being 27.7. The average for our top 100 students is 33.9. For our top 200 students is 32.2, and our top 400 is 29.2. 4 students from the class of 2021 earned a top score of 36, and already 13 from the class of 2022 have accomplished this. In addition, 23 students from the class of 2021 earned a 35, and 27 earned a 34. These are really amazing results. This year, we have the highest number of national merit semifinalists we've ever had, with 32. And we also have 38 national merit commended students from the class of 2022. These students scored among the nation's best on the preliminary SAT National Merit Scholarship qualifying test taken during their junior year. We also have a section on the same page where we showcase the IB diploma graduates, including those that earned the bilingual diploma in Chinese or Spanish. And there were 33 students who earned the International Baccalaureate Diploma and 12 that earned the IB bilingual diploma in Chinese or Spanish. Taking a look at our test results, Minnetonka students are receiving a transformational experience in their time with us. As you can see from the NWEA measures of academic progress, our kindergarten students' reading and math levels are at mid-first grade level by spring semester of their kindergarten year, and by 6th grade, our 6th graders' reading and math levels are beyond the 12th grade level by spring semester. Our advanced placement numbers are outstanding. While the AP Scholarship Program no longer has a category that it calls AP National Scholars, Minnetonka has a significant number of students who are recognized by the AP Scholarship Program, with 271 AP Scholars with distinction, 144 AP Scholars with honor, and 256 AP Scholars. Each year, graduating seniors are asked about what they plan to do after high school. 86% of our seniors told us that they were college-bound. 77% said they were attending 4-year colleges, 9% said they were attending 2-year colleges, and 10 students told us they were entering military service. We also talked about how next year we might also have a question when we're asking students what they're planning to do next, if they are planning to go directly into a trade as we build out the Momentum program. So that is something that we'll suggest to the high school. We have a feature article in the annual report this year that is focusing on how the district navigated through COVID-19 last year, from the development of the Safe Learning Plan at the beginning of the school year in 2019-20, to the various learning models that we went through, to all the ways that staff and teachers came together to provide great opportunities for our students, and to how our facilities, custodial staff, administrators, teachers, school nurses, and health paras, and parents and students all played a role in making last year a success. We have an update on some of our signature programs, including Tonka Codes, Minnetonka Research, Momentum, Immersion, and VANTAGE. We interviewed students for each of these stories. We really like to see that student voice, and I know you do as well, to hear about how the programs are impacting students, and to make sure that we're listening to our students as we evolve programs. Some people may not know, but when the Momentum program was being evolved, the high school did a series of, I know you know as a board, but the public may not, did a series of focus groups and really worked with students and with the teachers in those areas to ask, what are the things that we're missing? What are the things that we want? So we really do think about student voice, and that is a big piece of what we put into this, so we wanted to reflect that. See, one of the most fun highlights of the annual report is always our points of pride, focusing on academics, athletics, arts, service, and staff achievements. Lots of opportunities to really show how our students are shining in different areas. This is an example of one of the photos we included. It was Minnetonka Theater receiving 21 Spotlight Awards for its spring musical. And here are a couple of other call-outs. The baseball team taking 4th in state, the cheerleading team 1st in state, and runners-up in nationals, the Legacy 2021 project, and the Super Mileage state runner-up status. And we also had a special call out to the fall teams that were doing so well, but that due to COVID-19, we're not able to participate in state tournaments. So I know that was something the board had brought up, and we wanted to make sure we honored each of those teams, so we did that as well. We have a section on community education, kind of a special feature that highlights some of the opportunities from students and adults of all ages and how they can benefit from classes, events, and other programming. And then also to remind families that we have a wonderful ECFE, preschool, and Explorers childcare program. And I love this picture. We gave a little update on Tonka Online. It was this year that we built it into a full K-12 e-learning program, but it was last year that we started talking about it. So we give a little update on how that happened and what the conversations were and what we've evolved to and what families could expect for the start of the school year. You've seen this graphic in my last presentation. So again, this is our approach to enrollment and really shows the different process of how things work and how open enrollment really supports the district. And we do have a summary of the world's best workforce that Ms. Sarah White presented earlier in the evening. And then we do link, as she said, to the website for the full report. And then the annual report ends with 2 pages of financial information. And we are calling out that, again, we've been reaffirmed by Moody's with a AAA rating. And for the 26th consecutive year, each year since 1994, Minnetonka Public Schools has received the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. One of just a few districts who could claim it, something like that. And then we end on the back cover with highlights from the annual parent survey. So 94% of parents say the community received a good value from its investment in our schools. 94% of parents said the education provided by our school district is excellent or good. 95% of parents say teachers really care about their child. And 96% of elementary school parents, 92% of middle school parents, and 90% of high school parents say they would recommend their child's school to a friend or a neighbor. So with that, I would love to get any input or last changes or anything that you'd like to share.
Thank you, Dr. Getty. Any questions or comments or discussion from the board?
Just a quick comment. Thank you for taking all of the feedback over the last couple of reviews. It's great to see it incorporated, and a big thank you to you and your team putting together the annual report. It's a big job, and it's a really nice report for our community, for our parents and teachers. So it is a really good yearbook, if you will, for the year, and it highlights many of the great things that we do. So thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Anyone else? Dr. Getty, I just want to echo Katie and Daniel Campbell and Mary Cornelius and the rest of your team for putting this together, taking our feedback, and putting together another great annual report. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Our next agenda item is.
We have to move to adopt the report.
Thank you. You mean this thing that I have written out that was right there? Yeah. Sorry. With that, can I have a motion to adopt the 2021 annual report?
So moved.
Second.
Mark and Lisa in the second. We already had our questions or comments, but any more? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Lisa. Now we get to move on to the next agenda item, which is the approval of the VANTAGE Momentage Building. Dr. Peterson.
VANTAGE Momentage Building.
Did I say momentum wrong?
No. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm not trying to throw you off. As you know, we've presented to you a plan for the VANTAGE Momentum building that would be constructed on property the district is bought and paid for on the other side of Clear Springs Elementary. And it's all fronts on 101. And we've looked at several different options. We've moved finally toward one option with some conversation around the option 2. We've spent a lot of time working on ways to deal with the retaining pond and how that can be maybe eventually used for parking. We've looked at the plans with the city of Minnetonka, and of course, part of that whole model is to propose to you later construction of an addition at Clear Springs Elementary School that would replace the temporary building that's there, hopefully temporary, that's been there now for over 20 years. And so tonight we're focusing on just the one building, and we've got several comparisons of the finances and all that you asked for at the last meeting, as well as an update on the proposal itself. So, Mr. Bourgeois, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have Dave Maroney with us from ATS&R Architects. And this is one of the chances, because we've been doing, working in study sessions primarily, but it's a chance for us to also communicate the project to and the financing sources to the community. So Dave Maroney will go through the proposal in terms of the layout and the building types of things, and then I have to jump in and do a couple of financial review things, some of the things that were in your packet. So with that, I'll turn over to Dave.
Thank you. Appreciate being invited back, and we've been through quite a few steps so far, and the march continues. So tonight is October 7th. As far as reviewing which option is kind of the primary objective of tonight, at least I'd like to help you make that decision tonight. So option one, as it was last review, that's the kind of the all-in option, $13.98 million, and that's really predicated on bidding it in March 2022, so next spring, and opening the building fall of 23. It really provides space for all the VANTAGE programs, completely, consolidation throughout the district, bringing them all together into one building. It also creates future space for future momentum programming, and it creates an availability of the Highway 7 Education Center for other programming. The site plan, like Dr. Peterson mentioned, we've been meeting with the city of Minnetonka, going through that traffic analysis, looking at it very carefully, trying to maximize the use of the site, creating as many parking spots on site as we can, having the shuttle bus area incorporated with the Clear Springs bus loop. Everything seems to be working well. We've got a receiving area off of Covington Road, and that's basically takes that separation from any student or parent traffic on that site and separates it. Total separation between any bus traffic, parent traffic, student traffic, delivery traffic. It's really pretty ideal. This is kind of a new image that we've been looking at, and we've got the current program as far as the sizes, the student sizes indicated there in the upper right corner, and how it distributes in the building with respect to current programming. And as this program has been developing, we've been seeing some growth in that, and this building accommodates the future growth of the programs. This is the main level, which is really kind of that midpoint of 3 levels of the new building, where the main entry is noted with the blue star, and that would be the right off of the main parent drop-off, student drop-off parking lot area of the building. You'd enter in, have the stairway, the vertical, kind of that entry feel like we've got at the high school. Some of that post-secondary feel that we're trying to implement into the building would be evident at that spot. We'd also have safety security set up with the administrative area, restrooms for the public, the visitors, the guest speakers. The business pod is on what I'll call to the right. 4 of them straight ahead, that's that large group space that we've been talking about, where the entire student body can come together for large group presentations, mentor programming, and it's really the only place in the building where they all can get together, and specifically designed for that. The pod on the left side, that's that momentum pod, that future programming. as far as program to be developed, accommodating that type of program there. The nice thing is we've got a good-sized receiving yard to the south of that pod with on-grade access, very much like we're creating at the high school now with that momentum addition. This has the plus of having the exterior yard associated with it as well. Upper level, going up a flight of stairs up or an elevator ride up. We have to the left, we've got the science pod, which is really kind of characteristic of what you might see in the research area of the high school, the science research area. That corridor, those labs, flexible labs, somewhat traditional in nature, but some key components that would be created would be a kitchen area for dissection and other experiments, and nursing area where the nursing beds are. Those are currently at the Highway 7 facility right now. Off to the right on the upper floor would be the art pod. That'd be the digital journalism, design marketing, user experience, design lab, those programs. Lower level, so take the elevator down, stairs down. This is also the access. You can see the blue star on the upper corner of the building. That's really where we would expect any shuttle bus access. That's direct access to the building at that grade, right on the grade level of the bus area, as well as any students that may be parking in the north lot, north of the building here, with that walkway connecting that. So that's really where we get our swing classrooms for Clear Springs, when we're able to kind of combine that activity and that construction so that we don't disrupt the students there, and we have adequate teaching stations for them. And it also creates some additional programming for the VANTAGE program. You see the tornado shelter, we've talked about that. That's that requirement in the state. And it would be basically designed to accommodate all the students in this building. So it'd be a very safe shelter, be able to withstand the tornado impact, and it is a requirement of everything basically south of St. Cloud now. Option 2 is somewhat reduced. A couple meetings ago we talked about, hey, what about the smaller option? This is what we developed for that. It's $11.31 million, 28,700 square feet. We'd call it phase 1 because we'd like to design it so that it could eventually grow out to its full potential. So we've got space for VANTAGE programs. We've got a plan for future momentum and future VANTAGE. Those would be phase 2 projects. The Highway 7 remains scheduled for VANTAGE as the ARC pod. So there wouldn't be a true consolidation of all the programs across the district with this option. But it is a good fit for these types of programs and does allow the future growth. Again, the dollar amount is based on the bidding in March 2022 and opening fall 23. Looks very similar. Basically, the south end of the building is nipped off. That 2-story portion of that creates a larger receiving area. We would have to build the boiler room as part of the start. This is a little more additional cost initially, just because of the nature of constructing a full-size boiler room for a potential build-out, full-size storm shelter for a potential build-out, putting in foundations for the potential build-out. So there's some premium costs in there. Really, the parking would remain the same with that option too. You can see where the phase 2 would be for the momentum. Otherwise, the layout is very similar on the main floor. Phase 2 upstairs, that's really where the art pod, we had to flip-flop things, get the science pod established, but that would be something that it could grow into. So meanwhile, in the storm shelter, the lower level is really unchanged with that option. This is, of course, the Highway 7 Education Center. You can see the site. You can see how the art pod would fit into that building. So that whole pod program would be consolidated at that location at least. This is what it looks like, kind of an aerial photograph or an aerial image rendering of it. You can see the 2-story building on the parking lot side. And you can see the effect that option 2 has. Basically, that portion of the building would be a future expansion potential. Viewed from Highway 101, County Road 101, you can see kind of the main corner of the building. You can see the parent turnaround there in the foreground, right at the low area. You can see the lower level entry. at that grade, so it's essentially a 3-story building on this side of the site. And if the option 2 was selected, then we would have kind of that portion of the building not there. So these were the next steps that we're talking about, as far as selection of an option and taking it to review and comment, and the next steps. So, and we've got the overall project schedule established here as well. We've been adding things as we go, as we learn more about some of the key benchmarks. We've been adding them and trying to keep up with it.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in here and add a couple things while I switch over, but in terms of Dave Maroney talking about post-secondary and high quality, one of the things about this building is it'll be a very high quality building, but we've done it before. In the, okay, this isn't letting me go here. All right, maybe Andy can go. Because the mouse is not slides for questions then. Are you disconnected, Dave?
Yeah, we can pull it back up.
Yeah, I know, but, all right, here we go, thank you. Yes. Oh, Andy's going for me. Okay, Andy, can you? Yes, you can just see my arms moving. Andy, can you please pull up the agenda 8 rent versus own analysis? Okay, so as we look at this, so I just wanted to finish my thought. A couple things about the building itself is that in terms of what you can expect to see or what the goal would be is we've actually done some noted work in the past. Right behind Dr. Getty's shoulder out the door there is a small area where we've got 8 or 9 plaques of national awards that we've won, and 2 of them are actually the Baker Road site for interior design. I won actually the Grand Prize National Award, something called the Crow Island Award from the National School Boards Association or Architects Association. Anyway, one of those. Anyway, and then the Loft actually also won a national award. It won the Grand Prize in another year. And we have several other ones in there. So we have experience working with HSNR producing a really high quality facility that that should be able to be nationally noted because we've done it before. So it's not the first rodeo, and we think we can actually do a good job for you if you decide to move ahead with this. One of the things that we talked about in terms of funding with this is the original concept that we talked about was doing a staged bonding for a portion of the funding. And at that time, when the initial concept was actually developed, actually back on October 7th of 2020, rates were pretty stable, the economy was pretty stable, there wasn't any kind of inflation on the horizon, and we kind of stuck with that plan, but we've had to, we're proposing to really adjust that just because in the last month, and actually in the last couple of weeks, the steady march of inflation seems to be moving ahead. And so in that regard, interest rates will rise. The Fed will eventually raise interest rates. So if they raise interest rates by about 50 basis points, if we have a relatively fixed payment structure, just like a homeowner who's buying a house, if they have a fixed payment of $2,500 that they can afford, if interest rates are low and they can do $2,000 a month and pay $500 interest, they can get a bigger house than if they can only pay $1,500 a month for their mortgage principal and $1,000 of interest. So what we're proposing is to actually revise or actually look at a revised structure that actually locks in bonding now almost as soon as possible, as soon as we would get approval from the Department of Education. So what you have in front of you here, it's a lot of numbers, but this is actually a comparison of the capital cost of ownership, the incremental cost in terms of renting versus owning. And on the left, this was one of the things requested at the last board meeting. On the left, you have the cost of our Baker Road square footage, which is $8,985, or 8,985 square feet. And it's compared to Momentum at 36,300 square feet, so it's 4 times the size. I have per square foot costs on the right-hand column of each of these sections. But on the left, you see if we stayed at Baker Road, we would be negotiating continued leases, and they might go up, they might go down, but so I averaged out 3%, which is a reasonable assumption. And over the next 30 years, we'd spend about $14.3 million leasing that space. When we went into Baker Road, we've spent about, by the time we're done with our 10-year lease, we'll have spent about $3 million in capital changes to the facility, and then also the lease. The thing is, when we went into that lease, the program was just starting, and we didn't know how long it would go, how long it would be successful, and so it was the right thing to do to lease at Baker Road. But now we're basically outgrowing that space. And so our lease is up in 2024, and so we need to look at what to do afterwards. So this table assumes that we would be staying there at least for this one component of our program. We would continue to utilize the Highway 7 building. We continue to use the loft building, the loft section of the high school for a portion of the program, and we would also continue to use some of the sections of science, of the science room capacity at the high school for the health sciences program. All that would go away if we consolidate into one building, and then we have other utilizations that are available to us as we move ahead with such things as Tonka Online, comprehensive education and space for teachers and those types of things. So those other facilities would be redeployed. And they're also already part of our capital stream or capital expenditure stream. So this is the incremental difference. But at Baker Road, we'd spend about $14.3 million. The middle section actually has the original funding concept of utilizing $5 million transferred to the general fund from excess investment earnings in our post-employment benefit fund. And I've got a chart to go through about the post-employment benefit fund because that's a key component of this process. So we would look at funding about $2.6 million, but we would not issue those under the original concept until June of 22, and our first payment would be in fiscal year 24. And then the next batch would come on of 6.1 million would come on in June of 23, with the first payment in July of fiscal year 25 and calendar year 24, because at that point in time, the payment to Baker Road would drop off, and we'd be able to swing it towards paying towards this dollar amount. So the total of that structure, and less upfront and borrowing more, we'd end up with about $19.9 million total capital cost of the facility. And so you look at 19.9 against 14.3, about $2.6 million more. So it's about 40% more. I'm sorry, it's about it's about 1.4 times the cost, but you're getting 4 times the facility. On the right side then is doing 50-50 capital contribution of $7 million from the OPEB in investment excess earnings, and then we would borrow the dollars immediately, and we have to maneuver a few little things around for fiscal year 23 and 24 in the operating capital fund. But then in fiscal 25, Baker Road is paid off, and so Baker Road at $300,000 a year actually covers almost the full cost of the payment. So we actually end up with a little bit of freed up dollars in the operating capital fund compared to the initial concept. And under this concept, we'd be down at about $17.7 million. So we're looking at again about $1.8 million less overall total cost, but compared to the center option, the initial financing concept. And again, but there you're looking at only about 1.2 times the cost of just the rental of Baker Road for 4 times the building. The other important thing to mention is then at the end of 30 years at Baker Road, you don't have any asset for the community to continue using unless you continue to lease. In the other 2 scenarios, you have an asset that's going to last another 60, 70, 80 years. So just like other community members in prior generations put dollars up front that were basically able to use the original portions of the building without any bonding left on them, and we're still using them, after their 30-year bonds have been paid off, we've been using them for 40 or 50 or 60 years already, and with many more years to go. So that's kind of that comparison of the capital cost. Make sure I use the right computer here. Page down. Here we go.
It looked like it was gone.
just do this one. This is a rate sensitivity analysis. One of the reasons that we looked at this different option is because this is what the impact of rising interest rates are. And under the original concept of issuing something in June of 22, we were hoping to get 2.65 million if we could have the same rates, interest rates. If interest rates go up 50 basis points, in regular terms, that's 0.5%. 100 basis points is 1%, and 150 basis points is 1.5%. You can see the ability for us to borrow principal is down to $2.1 million in the 150 basis point increase scenario. And then the same thing with the dollars that we'd look to borrow in fiscal of 23. So the advantage of actually borrowing now is we lock everything in with a bond that's done as soon as we were able to do so, assuming we'd get Department of Ed approval. We lock that in, you have cash up front, the building is squared up, we have a solid estimate, estimating in the impact of inflation from ATS&R, so it'd be there, it'd be all squared away and provided for. And so you wouldn't have any risk of all of a sudden going, oh, we can't bond for enough and we can't afford an additional payment, and so now what are we gonna do with a contract for a $14 million building that would have been issued in March of 2022. So it just squares everything in a way and lines everything up for the project to just have it be a nice tight project from a financial standpoint. So those are those aspects of it. Then the other component of it is the OPEB. The OPEB. Andy, you moving for me? Okay. There goes my arms again. Okay, can you pull up the OPEB investment earnings history, and just hit slideshow, please. Thanks. All right. So our OPEB trust. This is an update and potential withdrawal estimates, because a chunk of that money is coming out of the OPEB Employment Benefit Trust excess earnings. In 2000, I think I should be able to do this. Okay. We've actually been very successful in having investment earnings. In the last 3 years of this fund, we've actually earned over $7 million. But we established this fund in 2008 to provide for the payment of retiree payments that were contracted for prior to 2002 for people who were no longer employed by the district, but they were retirees. And they were they were basically promised a certain amount of dollars per month to help pay for their health insurance until they pass away. And those contracts were basically capped starting in 2002. And in 2008, the legislature actually allowed school districts and other entities who had these types of long-term liabilities to actually issue bonds to fund it. And you had the option to put it into a irrevocable trust or a revocable trust. Irrevocable trust means you couldn't do anything else if you had good investment earnings. Revocable trust would allow the school board to utilize other excess of earnings over and above the liability for any other purpose that the board determined was appropriate. So what we have is a situation where this fund has basically grown to about $28 million. We've actually withdrawn about $8.3 million from the fund every year for the benefits that we've been paying out, and we will continue to do that. The total dollar amount is based, again, on the actual cost for the individuals, plus there's something called a retiree implicit liability. That's a portion.
Oh, you made it sound like we're withdrawing $8.3 million every year.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we've withdrawn $8.3 million cumulative for total benefits on it. The benefits due on an annual basis. If you add up this slide here, it's $8.3 million that we've withdrawn. Some $692,000 in fiscal 10, $750,000 estimated for fiscal 22, $794,000 for fiscal 21. That alleviates the general fund's payment of those benefits. If we didn't have this fund in place, the general fund would have picked up that $8.3 million of additional costs over these years. So it's been very beneficial. We have a liability that's in blue. We have in this slide, assets are in yellow, and then excess assets are in green, which is basically if you're going to subtract the yellow bar minus the blue bar, you end up with the green bar. But you can see excess assets basically have gone up or down depending on where you're at, but the assets have continued to grow steadily. The liability also has actually dropped. Then it was increased recently somewhat because there was a change in the mortality tables. That doesn't happen all the time, but it happens every 10 to 15 years. But the other aspect of this fund is there's 240 people that are covered by this fund. 107 active people who have not retired yet, 133 retirees and their spouses who are entitled to it if the employee passes away. But over time, the liability will go down because there is the reality of mortality. So this is the actual projected liability. It's projected by the actuaries to continue to drop from, we're about 11.5 this year, it's projected to drop to 10.5 next year and continue down to about 5 million by 2039. 2039 is when the original bonds that we borrowed to fund this trust fund will be paid off. The future benefit withdrawals are likewise going to decline. They're actually peaking in 23 and 24 about at 813 to 815,000, and then they start to decline significantly. And that just has to do with the age of the people who have retired or are moving into retirement. Kind of like that's kind of the baby boomer bump there, so to speak. You know, we're getting very close to the last years of the baby boom generation retiring. If we withdraw $7 million of excess assets, which are allowed in the statute, very clearly allowed in the statute, the board is able to withdraw excess assets for any purpose they deem appropriate. You cannot withdraw down below the liability. And the other thing is it's prudent to leave a cushion. Assuming we would just earn 3%, although most years we've earned better than 3%, we've had a few years where we have not earned a return, as shown on one of the original slides. But we would basically be able to continue to earn about $613,000 a year, which over time approximately covers the cost of the annual payments that we have to pull out for the benefit payments. So the asset balance, right now we're at about 28 million. If we drop to about 21 million if we pull $7 million out for the VANTAGE momentum building. But we would basically, if we earn 3% annually on that fund, which again is a pretty conservative estimate, because we can actually, our financial advisors, Wells Fargo Private Wealth Management, they can invest our funds in the exact same things that the State Board of Investment does for the pension plans of the state. So the odds of us being able to pull a little bit more than 3% are very good, you know, over the long term. But this again showed 3%. So if we're assuming a 3% return, we'd actually pretty much maintain the fund balance into the future through that 2039 year. The thing is though, because the liability drops because of mortality, the excess asset balance goes up, even if you're maintaining a flat fund balance, because less liability. So by the time you get to 2039, you're looking at having about a $20 to $21 million fund balance in a very conservative projection scenario. And you have about a $5 million liability and a $16 million excess asset balance to make up that total $21 million. So this is a compilation of all those last three slides. So you see the overall total fund balance projected out. If we just keep earning 3%, you see how in blue the liability drops. As the liability drops, the excess assets in green climb. And then Dr. Peterson asked me to run out the numbers and actually put together the pieces for in the board item for the possible utilization of this investment earnings fund for the one-time payments for the bargaining unit. So I've attached this to this slide because those are things you're going to be considering later. So this is if we would do the $7 million for VANTAGE and the $975,000 for the MTA, we would be earning about just under $600,000 a year. We would maintain a balance of approximately $19 million, plus or minus at 3%. And then our excess assets would continue to grow for the same reason, because the liability is the same, it's going to drop. And then that means the excess assets continue to grow up to 14 million projected. And this is, again, that same slide. So you see maintaining the fund balance at about 19 million. You see the blue liabilities decline. You see the green excess assets increase. The important thing about this, the next steps would be, if you do approve this, is we would immediately get to work on the review and comment. The state has to approve a review and comment on this building. We need that positive thumbs up from the state to be able to have our bond council issue opinion saying, yes, these are authorized bonds under the state of Minnesota statutes and regulations. But simultaneously to that, well, we would actually try to we're going to try to, and we think we can actually have it ready to go, the review and comment submission, by the next board meeting in November. And that's an important piece because the state is the main hurdle. If the state approves it, then it will happen. It has to go through some other approvals with the city, the watershed district, the Met Council, and the Department of Labor and Industry. But those are all pieces where if they have issues, you just work through them and adjust things or correct things. So the state review and comment is a key component, and the board actually has to approve the review and comment, and the board actually submits it to the Department of Education. So what we would do is, at November 4th, we'd ask you to approve that. We would then basically drive it down the next day if they're open, or make sure that we get to a gentleman named Chris Kubish is going to be the person who reviews it. Make sure that for sure it's in his email in basket and call him and say, okay, we're hoping the 60-day clock would then start. There's a 60-day calendar period that the Department of Ed has to review it and to have questions answered and to give a report. So that would mean at the worst case, we'd have a yay or nay, hopefully yay, on January 5th. Simultaneously with that, we'd like to work with Baird to get an authorization for bonds actually on November 4th also, because we can authorize bonds to be sold on contingent, of course, on the approval of the Department of Education of the project. But that would allow us to have everything lined up so that we could sell the bonds now while interest rates are still low before the Fed starts raising rates. Simultaneous with all of that, we would have to continue to work on the interior of the building. ATS&R would be working on drawing up building plans and starting to work through that whole process. The goal would be to try to get something out for bid in March, hopefully with a bid opening at the end of March, and then construction starting in April with site demolition and probably the big construction with concrete and all that kind of stuff starting when the road restrictions are off on May 15th, with an end date of hopefully about July 31st, so that we have a month to move in. So that's kind of the overall plan. It's the concept, the financing, and then kind of the timeline that we'd be working with if we want this facility to be ready for September of 2023. So we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Maroney. Do you want the original PowerPoint up? Andy, can we get the original PowerPoint up? Or if you guys could do it?
Oh, Dave's got to plug back in.
Oh, it was yours. Okay.
Yeah.
Questions or comments from the board? John.
I'm going to have actually I have a series of questions and comments. I want to go back to Dave's slide on the actual building of option 1, and then Paul, I want to jump after that to your slide that actually gives you the comparison of the rent versus own slide you put together. So I'll give Dave a chance to get back there. So one of the things, as you think about the growth of Vantage and then momentum within our school district, right? You see the kids, I had the chance, and we'll talk about this later with the board report about the growth of Vantage, but over the last several years, it's grown from 100 to over 400 kids taking that, and with more and more strands under consideration to continue to address the needs of our learners, the interests and needs of our learners. This program is just going to continue to accelerate, and you hear the continuous feedback from our parents and our families and our students about the power of that program that it's had on their long-term learning trajectory. When you think about the facility, I know Paul and Dave, we've talked about this, but I think it's probably worth going over. When we looked at the Baker Road, we originally moved into the Baker Road facility, right? There was some constraints around how much you can change a commercial building to suit an educational need, right? Based on the laws, rules, and regulations of educational spaces. I know at the time, and I think Dave, on the next slide, you actually show the science pod, right? And you talk about like the health science labs and commercial kitchens. So I think it would be helpful for Dave, you or Paul to articulate some of the challenges we had using a commercial space for educational activities and sort of the things we could or couldn't do and how that kind of limited our ability to advance our curriculum to where we wanted it to be.
Well, I could answer that from the standpoint of at Baker Road, we pretty much had to do functions or have classes that were similar to kind of office style work and lab style, things with exhaust vents out the sides or out the roof and all that type of thing, which you need for a kitchen or maybe a lab with fume hoods and things like that. We could not do that over there. And so any program that needed that was having to take up space in the existing labs and then utilizing, in essence, hourly openings, slots, time slots, so to speak, at the high school. With this being our own building, we can design it so that we can have a full-blown science lab there because science space for our students is at a premium at the high school. So we can, the health sciences has to go there from the Highway 7 building. They have to actually go utilize space in the existing science labs. This would have their science labs, their science lab for that program be right there. Health Sciences is the program, by the way, that for people who may not know what that is, it's a program where the students actually get certified to be able to work in places such as nursing homes or assisted living homes. So they actually have a job once they get out, which they can do while they're going to college to become a nurse or a doctor. But anyway, so it's a very good program, but they need a science lab. There's food sciences, and they actually need a kind of a laboratory style kitchen. So those are things that we could not do at the Baker Road site, and those are things that can be installed here because we own it and we can design it that way from the start.
Yeah, I think I wanted to bring that up because I know we talked about that several years ago and we sort of lived with the handcuffs of using a commercial space for an educational activity because that was the best option at the time. But this gives us the ability, as you mentioned, for sciences, the food science and sustainability program to reach its full potential, the healthcare strand, and many others, right? And this, because we can design this with the educational requirements that we need to fulfill the program. So thanks, Dave. I appreciate you going back to this slide because I think the ability to have those programs reach their full potential is really important, and this flexibility gives us the ability to have those programs reach their full potential. And then, Paul, if we could, Dave, any comments on that, based on your other work, before we go back to the financial parts?
No, I just think that, when you see the word kitchen up there, it isn't a kitchen where everyone's sitting there eating. It's really for experimentation and research. So it's not like a traditional kitchen. We're not serving meals or anything.
Did you have a comment, Mike, before we go back to the financials?
Just as we're still on these slides, so I think it's important to also 4 times the space, right? So that allows us to obviously set up this space for growth because, to your point, we started out, having just over 100 students, and now it's 400, right? And also, it's critically important is the 1,000, right, community members that are serving as mentors as well as with projects and stuff. So this allows those mentors to come into the space and work with the students at times, right? So I think that's a nice advantage too, to have additional space to do it the right way, right? Versus not that Baker Road, it's an excellent facility, but we're just outgrowing it.
Right, and just to build on that comment, Mike, as we think about the momentum building, right, we're early on in that journey, the momentum tracks, and we're early on that journey, but as we start thinking about how do you build curriculum and spaces for kids to get ready to enter the trades, and in talking to some of my professionals, the professional tradesmen, journeymans, the opportunity to have the journeyman or others come into those spaces to sign off on that kid's work so they can start getting credit towards their journeyman certificates in their said course of trade is going to be very much analogous to what we're seeing with the VANTAGE programs. Mm-hmm. And then, Paul, if we could go back to that cost comparison, I think there's some really interesting nuggets in there, and I appreciate you indulging me, the amount of effort it took to put this together, because I know I was the one who requested it last time. But I kind of knew the answer to the test before I asked it, but I wanted to make sure that we had a chance to look at it as a board and also for the community to look at it. And to your point where, it's about 1.4 times the cost, but the program's gonna grow, and what's not in here is if the program added another couple hundred kids, what would happen to the Baker Road facility costs over time, right? So in some ways, we're able to grow without adding additional costs. But I do think that that cost per square foot, we're paying somebody else 50x, 40x, 50x, 60x dollars a square foot, right? Depending on how much space we use. And then when we actually run it ourselves, now there's a capital cost in there, but that cost becomes so much less as a run rate over time, and then we actually own the asset. And so I think, I'm glad to see it wasn't 5 times as expensive to build it ourselves. I knew it was gonna be in that 1.5, 2. And I'm glad to see those costs, when you actually look at it over that many years, be as close as they are, because in my mind, from a finance perspective, it makes it almost a no-brainer why you would continue to rent someplace when you can advance the programs based on the educational needs and regulations that we have to deliver in a school system to meet the needs of our kids and have those programs reach their full potential and really pay ourselves at the same time for doing that.
Yes, and the advantage also then of whatever you pay up front, that is the cost. And then also going forward on the payments aspect of it is if you lock in, you basically lock in for the most part a flat payment. And it stays that way, or knock on wood, if we get a little lucky and we do a refinance or two, the payment can even drop.
Yep. So thank you.
And we've exhibited the ability to do that.
I appreciate you putting this slide together. Thank you.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Lisa?
I thought it might be helpful too, kind of along those lines, to piggyback on what John was saying, and having this chart up is perfect actually, because John, we had a chance to review this chart at the Citizens Finance Committee, and so I think this was a really important piece for that group to see. And people really were talking a lot about the cost per square foot, because you're really talking about, apples and oranges in terms of the size of the building. I mean, I know many of us have had a chance to go over there and walk around, and it's a significant building. So it, not only do we own it, not only is it in our district, but it's also a lot more space, which gives us a lot more flexibility, as you noted, and all that. So the finance committee really felt a lot more comfortable with the whole concept, seeing this. I also wanted to add too that in terms of the OPEB chart that Paul had shown, there was a lot of conversation about the returns, and that 3% rate was really what the finance committee felt comfortable with. So, if it's conservative, great, but then we at least know that we're, looking at it from that standpoint. And the OPEB committee really felt that, if we were gonna utilize funds, that it really should be for assets, not operating expenses. So, which I think is a really important thing to share. That's why we have that committee working on those two items. And, so these changes that we've seen over the time as we've looked at this proposal are really a lot more in line with what the finance committee feels comfortable with. I think, would you say that's fair, Paul?
Yes.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Mike?
Yeah, just building on that too, just on going with the $7 million, there's never a better time, I think, as far as to shift the money, now and use those excess reserves, because you're getting a time where we can bond for the remainder, and the rates, and I appreciate that sensitivity analysis, because again, we discussed that at study session. You do some incremental basis appreciation, and it's significant to the principal. And so I think, and again, it's an asset. We've won awards, so we know how to build. The district's done a great job, and to the credit of both you two, because you've spearheaded many of those projects, but we've done it well, historically. And again, it's a long-term asset, right? So it's something that after it's paid off, right, we've got all the rest of the buildings here are over 50 years old, and they continue to still have a long shelf life. So to me, again, back to that point of, investing for a community asset, because I think there's a lot of different things outside of just the programs, educational programs. You talk about community ed. I'm sure they would love to slide a couple programs in at night, at that building, right, to the different yoga and dance programs and stuff that Tim runs over there. So I think, just along the lines of being a good steward of our fiscal resources, I couldn't think of a better time with where the interest rate structure is. We do have a lot of signs of inflation coming, that would suggest that we need to move now. So to the extent we can get the approval at the state level, I think there is a sense of urgency for this, but I appreciate, again, laying it out this way because it kind of makes it kind of comprises, it makes the decision a lot easier.
Just to kind of piggyback on what Mike says and then Lisa, looking at the investment return amount, I mean, it's like you're hitting it at both ends. So with the returns last year, you're basically about 3.5 years of returns all in 1 year. So in fiscal year 2021, the returns was almost the entire amount of the returns of the 4 years before that. So, I mean, you're taking it at an all-time high. Not to say that couldn't grow, but then you also have historically low interest rates at the same time. So you're catching it at both ends. So just is really saying the same thing that you're saying. It just seems like a really good time to do it. Lisa, sorry.
I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about, okay, so now, we have students that are doing Vantage. They're at the Highway 7 building, they're at the high school some, they're at the Baker Road facility. There's a shuttle that goes from the high school to the Baker Road facility. What's the vision of student circulation with the way that we've got the building set up? I don't think it really changes between the two options, right? So can you just describe that a little bit? I think, for the benefit of everybody listening and for us too, just to reiterate what I believe is going to happen there.
Sure. I mean, you're talking about students coming and going, correct?
Yeah, and shuttles and,
Yes.
all that.
Yep. I think, Dave, if you could, yeah. And go ahead, Dave. Okay, well.
You're the shuttle guy.
All right.
He's going to drive them, right?
Actually, so we will be utilizing, as Dave mentioned, the existing Clear Springs bus corral, but the advantage of it, going, well, wait a second, don't they use that for Clear Springs? Yes, they do. But the timing is staggered at the top of this chart, I believe or is it the next one?
It's
up there?
It's up there.
Okay. You can see that there's a 7:45 a.m. start, and then Clear Springs starts at 8:20 or 8:30. And then, so what happens is Vantage comes, Clear Springs comes, Vantage leaves, another Vantage group comes, another Vantage group leaves, Clear Springs leaves. So the timing is staggered between when there's busy times for parents and students and buses for Clear Springs, and the same thing for Vantage. So it's going to, we're moving people in and out. Space is also, operating a space is also a function of time. So Vantage people are in, the Vantage buses are gone, the Clear Springs buses come in, they're gone when the Vantage buses come back. The other thing about the Vantage aspect of the shuttle is that it really sets up nicely to be able to, it's only a 4-minute drive from the bus corral to the Clear Springs bus corral, and I actually drove it, and I drove really conservatively, and I made it in 3 minutes and 5,800 seconds. And so that's a lot shorter than the trip out to Baker Road. Baker Road is about 10 minutes in good weather. It's longer in the snow. The other thing is that kind of competes with rush hour traffic a little bit more, and this is just such a short nice little hop. So I think it might also, I think one of you actually in a prior meeting mentioned that this might open up the program to students who can't access a vehicle and make it easier for more participants. So we can have really, consistent shuttle service all day long. And, so those who choose to drive probably can choose to drive. Dr. Pearson mentioned that we would be able to, if we get access to the pond and can modify the pond, that would be great. We're working on that. Nothing's a done deal yet. That might have to be a separate deal, and it probably will be. But the thing is, in the meantime, we can also have some students parking up at the District Service Center parking lot, because we typically have 30 to 40 spots that we could probably reserve for them on most days when there's not a major function going on at Clear Springs, some type of event, that there's parking spaces that are always empty, and those students would also get there first. So we think we could reserve some spots there to get up to 130 plus shuttles. So it would be pretty functional whether or not we get additional space utilizing covering a pond at a future time.
So just to reiterate, so it's fair to say, I think then, that building this building would actually reduce traffic, right? Because there's less travel, because we're not going all the way to Baker Road. Even if you're, anybody in the community, right, it's a lot closer to the high school. And it
Yes.
also frees up space at the high school for students to use for other classes, because the Vantage classes won't be in there. So it gives more flexibility to the students at the high school to use the existing space that they have.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, I just thought this, and we discussed that length of the study session, I forgot to ask to add this in, but we probably should put the cost of Colstead, just actually the acquisition cost, because it was like $2 million, right, to buy and then demolish the building.
Actually, we actually bought the building for about $900,000, a little over $900,000, and then we demolished the building. We issued a bond for $1,250,000 to acquire and demolish, and there's about $250,000 of that left that can be utilized for site work on this project.
Okay. But I think the point is to your point, Mike, is for the all-in price, right? Just for transparency, make sure we think about those dollars. It's still cheap, but,
Oh, I see, put the land acquisition cost and, yeah.
Yeah, so we probably should just add 1 million to, so it's like $8 million for capital cost, plus another 7 million for debt, or the bonds.
Yeah. So I was looking at what the ongoing capital costs are, because what happens is, the bonding that we did for acquiring the land, whether we use it for this project or not, that money is actually being paid for out of the operating capital fund also, so that's locked in. That payment on that bond is locked in. Now, we can throw it to this capital cost because, or whatever would build on there, that's the cost of the land. So you're correct, it would be. If this had been, something where you're trying to run a building bond referendum, you'd throw it all in there, so that's a good point.
Yeah, but to be fair, if you're gonna do that, you have to include all the work that's been done on the Vantage space too. Right? I mean, on the Vantage side of your calculation?
Yeah, so I don't know, the annual rent, was that capitalized, or what we've done, the work was that separate, in a separate cost bucket for all the work that we've done to the Baker Road facility?
No, the annual, I did not include in this, I just included the cost going forward, so you could see what the incremental future costs were, because everything we've done at Baker Road is a sunk cost.
Yes.
And so by the time we're done through 24, a couple of those years are on here because we're not up to fiscal 23 yet, but by the time we're done at Baker Road, we'll have spent about $3 million, of which about 2.7 of that was the rent, and about 300,000 was conversion of the space.
Also
back in 2014. And those are approximations, but I can get you the actual detail if you need.
No, I mean, the fact of the matter is, the comparison still, it
Yeah.
greatly
Yeah,
suggests to
yeah,
make the decision. I was just thinking that you
I think your
should
point being,
incorporate that in there.
even if you add it in that cost, which you could say is a sunk cost, just like what was there, it still is gonna come out favorable.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, and when we actually put this on the books, once it's completed and we put it into our fixed assets, we will include the cost of the land and the cost of the building all together as one lump sum on the fixed assets for depreciation. And that doesn't affect our general fund operations like it does a private sector company with depreciation expense.
Yeah.
But it does affect our annual statement of net position that we have to do. And so we'll have all that asset on there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anybody else? I just think, Katie and I had the chance to go over and walk it this week. And it's such a cool space. I can't stress how important it is to bring that program in the district, have a home for it. I think as we looked at all the different options, really having all of those pods being in a single space that's purpose-built for what we are trying to do, I think can't be said enough. Other board members have said that. I think the efficiencies that having everybody knowing where to go allows you to utilize shuttles more, utilize the flow of traffic. I mean, just taking a right out of the high school and a right onto 101 to get here compared to trying to get onto 7 or even get across VII. I bet it's longer than 4 minutes for them to get to the Highway 7 building right now just because of that light. So all of that will increase. Oh, did you time that one too?
No, I haven't. I just have one other piece to add.
Yeah.
That this project will not add one additional piece, $1 to the property tax levy.
Yeah.
Because we're doing it out of existing resources that we earned through investments, and then we're making the bond payment out of a revenue stream that we already have. So that revenue stream is going to be about 40% of that revenue stream is on the property tax rolls, but it would be on the property tax rolls whether or not we did this project.
Yeah.
So utilizing it for that project and utilizing investment earnings, this project will not change the property tax levy one bit over the course of its life.
Yeah, and you said it so much better. I was going to end with that. You get all of those benefits, all of that extra space, and we're utilizing existing dollars and not adding to the burden of taxpayers. And then getting that asset that will be, I mean, it seems like a great time, and I appreciate all your guys' hard work on it. So thank you. Lisa.
I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with the recommended motion to go forward with option 1.
Second.
Lisa and Mike, a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck with the state.
Yeah.
Great. Our next agenda item is the review of the Safe Learning Plan. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, when you adopted the Safe Learning Plan for this school year back in August, I believe it was the 19th, if I'm not mistaken, you decided that evening that you would revisit the plan on October 7th. And so this is October 7th. And so we brought the plan back for you to look at again. We're going to provide you with some update on how it's been going. We'll provide you with some more information on how we're providing support to our students who are out of school for quarantining and so forth. And then I'll get into more of the options that I'd like for you to look at. So without anything further, Annie, are you here? There you are, okay. Annie Lombard-Benson is going to present some details on how it's been going for us, some of the COVID numbers and so forth. Our students and staff have been doing a great job, and certainly give accolades to Annie and the nurses who do a lot of work to make sure that it all works well for us. And it's been a cooperative venture. So Annie, I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. Let's see if I can find my presentation.
Do you want to ask Andy to bring it up?
Yeah, Andy, can you? Bless Andy. Perfect, there it is. So, it's been a month, a month that we've been in school, hard to believe. So, wanted to just give you an update, a snapshot, some data, some information about kind of the state of the schools and what has been happening in terms of COVID in the school district. So, this is this week's dashboard, updated on Wednesday. Reflects the students and staff, our total number of staff, total number of our students, and then our active COVID positive cases in students, our recovered cases, and then the number that are currently quarantined for both staff and students. I think what's important to note too is that in that E through 8 grade level, we are not quarantining because of the universal mask requirements. So if they are quarantined or excluded, it is because of an exposure at home, potentially out in the community, or because they presented to school with COVID-like symptoms that then fell on that exclusion tree guidelines that we then sent home for evaluation. This is a slide that was presented to us by the Minnesota Department of Health on my weekly call. And I think it was a really wonderful visual because I had said to people that the beginning of this year, to me and to the nurses, felt harder than last year. So when you look at this chart, this is a pretty clear indication why. So the blue are last year's COVID cases in children, and this is just in Minnesota, K through 12 schools, and the orange bars are case counts for this year. So you can see that we were off to a significantly different start to this school year than we were last year. And then this is just a graphic for our district of the numbers for students. This is the information that has been on the dashboard weekly. So that first week after school, the 9/14, we had for students 18 active cases, 13 recovered cases, and 91 students quarantined. That next date, the September 21st, we had 32 active cases, 29 recovered, and 156 quarantined. 9/28, the active case count was 21. We had 61 recovered and 188 quarantined. And then for 10/5, and again, this was the dashboard numbers that were just presented. We had 26 active cases, 79 recovered cases, and 130 quarantined. So as the year goes on, we would expect obviously that green line, that recovered line, to continue to climb, because as students move out of the active cases, they would move to that recovered bar. And then this is the trajectories for staff. So again, just going with those dates, September 14th, there were 4 active staff cases, 0 recovered, 1 quarantined. 9/21, we had 4 active, 2 recovered, and 5 quarantined. 9/28 were 5 active, 6 recovered, and 10 quarantined. And then this week's dashboard, 6 active, 9 recovered, and 14 quarantined. So that's just kind of a visual representation of what we have seen in our dashboard and numbers through the beginning of the school year. And then this is data that was updated as of today. And again, so when we look at that high school vaccination rate, right now 79% of the students have 1 dose or more of a 2-dose series, and 74.5% are fully vaccinated. The last time I presented those numbers, that was 71.2%. Now at the middle school level, I think what's important to remember too is that as we gained time and calendar days, there are more kids that are eligible to get the vaccine. Since we last checked that number, there could have been students that turned 12 since that time. So again, we're looking at the population that is vaccine eligible. So at Minnetonka Middle School East, the percentage of students that have 1 dose of a 2-dose series is 76.1%. Fully vaccinated is 70.2%. And then for MMW, those that have 1 dose of a 2-dose series is 67.7%. Fully vaccinated is 63.6%. So unfortunately, the last time I gave those numbers, we only were able to combine the middle school counts and give you an overall vaccination rate. So the overall vaccination rate for both middle schools combined at that last presentation was the 63.6%. So you can see how there's a little bit of a difference between the MME and the MMW rates. So overall, when we look at the number of students that are fully vaccinated for the district of eligible students, our overall rate for our district vaccination is 72.6%, which is actually quite high compared to the statewide average. So again, I just wanted to put out a reminder that we are talking vaccine eligible students. Right now, that's only kids 12 and older. Elementary kids and some middle school kids do not have access to the vaccines. So with that high vaccination rate at the middle school and high school levels, we would expect to see less cases because that would imply that the vaccine is working. This is just a really great graphic, and again, I like to cite where my sources are. This is from a biostatistician from the University of Minnesota that collates current data that is put out by the Minnesota Department of Health, and it is just aggregate data. So what you're looking at is all of the school districts in the state of Minnesota and their COVID case counts. So Minnetonka is the black bar that's to the far left side. That is a lower number of cases per 100,000 population. As you move farther to the right, that's a higher representation of cases. So what's really nice about this is if you go to the website, it's J. Wolfson, Minnesota School Opening Statistics. You can scroll through and it will identify exactly where districts are in relation to other districts. So to give a little bit of perspective, again, we are the black bar to our left. And again, I know that I just want to point out there are many prevention and mitigation strategies that we take as a district to try to keep kids safe. And I always say it's not going to be one thing that we hang our hat on that's going to be the perfect solution. It's going to be many things. I know that face coverings have been a contentious issue, so I just wanted to highlight at least the districts surrounding us, where they stand in comparison to us, and what their current masking policy is. So to the left of us, meaning they have a little bit lower case rates, and again, all of us are right in about that same kind of black bar area. Edina, so these are the ones to our left. Edina, they currently have a mask requirement at all grades. Bloomington, they have a required E6 mask mandate. St. Louis Park is required at all grades. Eden Prairie is required E through 6. And then Minnetonka, we currently have required E through 8. Wayzata is just to the right of us, and they have required at all grades. So then I've identified letter A represents the Eastern Carver County schools. They had a mask mandate in place at just the elementary levels. That was just expanded to all grade levels. And then letter B is Waconia, letter B is Waconia and Mount Westonka. Both of them just have a strong recommendation in place. The very far right is a district called Foston. I'm guessing it's somewhere out in outstate Minnesota, but again, I tried to take the surrounding districts that were near ours as a point of comparison. So I think what it does is it just helps to support that what we are doing in the multiple ways that we are trying to protect kids is working. Because again, the goal is to be on that left side of the curve with the reduced cases. So then this is just some observations that we have seen. We have seen positive cases across all schools and all grades. We have seen positive cases in staff and students. We have seen positive cases in vaccinated and unvaccinated people. And we have seen positive cases with potential for indoor and outdoor exposures. And again, it's really difficult to know exactly where exposure comes from, but we have had, a variety of people that say, gosh, my kid goes to school and goes to soccer, and there was another student on the soccer team that was positive. Some trends and patterns that we've been seeing in the cases that are just really specific to our district is that when there is a positive within the family, many or the majority, often 90 to 100% of the family are subsequently testing positive. So the hit rate with the Delta variant within a family tends to be very high. Most of the majority of exposures that we're seeing in kids are coming from within that home. So far we've had 6 close contacts identified at school that subsequently tested positive. Half have been at the elementary and half have been at the high school. And again, we can't determine source of infection. Even the Department of Health, the epidemiologists there, usually about their best that they can determine is 30% of all cases can be tied to the source or traced to the source. And then we have had some classrooms with multiple cases where subsequent positive students let me clarify that. So some classrooms that have had multiple cases where students tested positive, parents had them tested whether it was because of symptoms, but they were not initially identified as close contacts from that classroom. And then just in terms of quarantine and testing trends, we are seeing that a majority of people are taking advantage of that shortened quarantine option, whether that's for a household or a non-household exposure. We have also seen a surprising number of students that are asymptomatic, that are testing positive because they have requested a shortened quarantine period, or parents got notification that they were a close contact. They're following those recommendations of testing after 5 days, even though if at the elementary level they weren't required to quarantine, and they're testing positive. We're also seeing a number of antigen tests producing negative results, and then when subsequent PCR or molecular tests are performed, those are being positive.
And I think it's important to note from the Department of Health's standpoint, which we follow, once you have a positive test result, we have to treat that as a positive test result. So if there's a positive test, even if you have 6 negative tests after that, we have to honor that positive test. Which is also why, just again, with our shortened quarantine request, we require that PCR molecular test, because that really does tend to be the gold standard for testing and the most accurate. So that is a quick snapshot of what we're seeing. What questions can I answer for you?
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mark?
Just a couple. Going back to the staff, do you have two questions? Do you have a sense of where their exposure is from?
Oftentimes they are from the home setting. So whether their kids are positive and then they have that exposure. So again, that speaks to that hit rate within a family setting. Oftentimes we have been seeing, even in fully vaccinated adults, when they have a child that tests positive, we're seeing them subsequently testing positive.
Okay, and then do you have a breakdown of elementary, middle school, high school?
Of staff?
Yeah.
We've seen it really quite across the board in terms of staff that are testing positive. It's really been at elementary. I would probably say the majority have been at elementary or high school level, just a few at the middle school level.
I may have missed it. Do we have a sense of the vaccination rate of staff? I think it was 90% we thought before.
I could not venture a guess to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I have a follow-up, if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about our exemption, medical exemption policy, and how that's received by you, and what the criteria and how that's acted upon?
Yep, absolutely. So, and we talked about this in consultation with our legal department. So when there is a medical concern identified, we have an obligation to provide a reasonable accommodation that does not affect the health or safety of another child. So we really looked for that information to talk to the parent, the team, to say what is a reasonable accommodation for that child. And then we go from there to the parent and say, here are the different options that we have available, ensuring that we keep their child safe and the other students in the school safe. A reasonable accommodation can be online learning. So we go to meet, have those discussions to come up with a solution. Sometimes the reasonable accommodations that we can provide as a school might not be acceptable to the parents. So again, we try to give them options, but it's the situation we're at. So we don't always get to be in the place where we can exactly meet what parents want to have happen. But again, we're always providing reasonable accommodations, including online learning as an option.
A lot of considerations to take into
Absolutely.
account. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I think, didn't Mike have a question? Or
Mike did.
Mark covered it.
Okay. Yeah, John.
Yeah, Chris, thanks, Chris. Annie, have we looked at alternative mask styles? So we've heard from many parents talk about masks with clear shields, right, to see lip movements. And what have we looked at, and what have we done with anything that we've found out there to help facilitate or reduce some of those barriers that parents have brought up?
Yep, we have absolutely done that. So there's some other options that are out there, including clear shield masks that provide a seal along the nose and mouth area, but have a clear option so that you can see and articulate the lips and sounds. There's also what's called a humanity shield, which is an integrated mask shield that we've used as a reasonable accommodation in certain situations. So again, we really try to provide an option that works for families that meets the needs of their child. So a good example of that is, students that are deaf or hard of hearing. We will explore the option of having the teacher use a clear shield mask while they're directly instructing to that child, or a humanity shield, to ensure that if it's important for that student to be able to see the teacher's lips and how the letters are forming, that we make that accommodation so that that child has that ability to fully participate with that teacher.
Is that option generally known through the buildings, that it's available to our teachers and our families?
It should be, yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep. And our teachers that specifically work with the deaf and hard of hearing students, and teachers that help interact with that, they're really good about making sure to provide that education and get those resources out to those teachers.
Great, thank you.
Lisa?
Just to piggyback on John's question, so how many different options are there that you're presenting to people?
We provide quite a few. So it really, again, is based on what that child's specific need is. So we try to look at that child's medical condition and the information that we receive from the doctor to provide accommodations that really are directly associated with what that child needs to be in school. So we always try to say, we try to think outside of the box to make sure that, again, that we're keeping that child safe, but also ensuring the safety of the other students in the classroom.
Are there any accommodations where a mask would not be required, or is that going to the second portion of?
It would be difficult to ensure the health and safety of the other students, and that's where it becomes a not reasonable accommodation, and then we have to offer online learning as an option if the child truly can't participate in an educational program with a traditional face covering or any other accommodation that the parent doesn't find acceptable.
Good. Any other questions? Lisa?
Okay, so I'm trying to think about the best way to ask this question, because there's a lot of really good information that you presented, and I think it's really important for us to look at our specific district data. So
Sure.
I really appreciate that you did that, because there's so much information out there and so many different interpretations of things.
Correct.
And you could read this stuff. I mean, we've been reading all these different links, and we've gotten a lot sent to us, which is great. And but it's fair to say that and I kind of said this, but is it fair to say that based on what you're hearing from the MDH and based on your experiences and talking to other school districts and all that, there's no one strategy that's going to be the silver bullet, if you will?
Correct.
But that it's also fair to say that we've layered a lot of these things together, and so to tease them apart is really difficult.
It is very difficult, and I think you have highlighted on it. We don't know what the magic sauce is that's making this work. We know that there are many things that contribute to successful risk mitigation and successful learning opportunities. One of those is high vaccination rates, which we are showing that we have as a district. And again, and another is the ventilation systems, our HEPA filters. All of those pieces together are providing this protective network that are really protecting our staff and students. It is hard to say it's this one thing that's so much better than the other thing. It's all of the things together that kind of give us the enhanced benefit. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think you can also say that like different people react to a virus in different ways, and so maybe if I was exposed in a certain way and Katie was exposed in that same way, I might and she might not.
Correct.
Yep. Right. So.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Any other questions for Annie?
I won't go far.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Don't go far.
At least to that presentation. Okay. Next, I want to have Amy Ledoux talk a little bit about how we're addressing the educational needs of students who are quarantined or are isolated because they have COVID. As you know, last year we were under the governor's orders, so there were a lot more things that the governor said you do these things or you can do these things, and we just did them. When he took that, when he took the order away, or we were no longer under the order, the legislature had the opportunity then to allow some mitigating strategies that worked well during the last year. One of those was streaming. That really was, in my opinion, one of the real inventions that happened last year. Unfortunately, a lot of our teachers don't like the streaming. So the legislature adjourned without doing anything about that. So they just threw up their hands at the end and didn't take it to a final conclusion. So that left districts on their own to negotiate with their teachers unions some strategies that were not enabled by law. And so we worked all summer. Dr. Ledoux specifically
worked closely with the union on trying to develop a plan for serving the educational needs of students who are isolated or quarantined or whatever. But that was not part of our plan when we presented it on the 19th of August. And that was because we hadn't completed negotiations yet. So we couldn't come forward with a plan that was not allowed by law and wasn't enabled by negotiations with our own union. That work got completed, as you know, in fairly early September. And so at that point, we were able to start communicating to parents that there are strategies, there are streaming strategies and other things, and I'm gonna jump into what Dr. Liu is gonna tell you in a moment here if I'm not careful, but there were strategies then that we agreed to with the union that were enabled by that agreement. So I'll turn it over to you at that point.
Thank you. So, as Dr. Peterson said, once we finalized negotiations, we were able to begin communicating more directly with both our teachers and our families. It was really the week of September 20th. And what we agreed to was that students are eligible for an instructional plan for any COVID-related absence. So if a student is COVID positive, of course, we need to have an instructional plan. If they're required to quarantine, we need to have an instructional plan. And we've expanded to say also if they're displaying symptoms and they're awaiting a test, we'd put in place an instructional plan. And we use the threshold of 6 days as that target because any COVID-related absence is likely to be at least 6 days. And I'll come back to what we're thinking about for absences that are less than a week, in essence. So what we have in place is that once the health office is aware of a student, whether we're identifying them as needing to quarantine or whether the family's notifying us that they have symptoms, they're being tested, that they in fact have COVID, or that they need to quarantine from exposure outside of the school district, the health services office is documenting who those students are, and there's a notification process. Teachers are then notified at the end of each school day, either by an office assistant or a health para, that a student is in fact going to be absent due to COVID, and this really then enacts or triggers the teacher to then make a plan and communicate with the family. We have worked with our teachers that they're really in the driver's seat as to what's the best educational plan for the student based on the course that they're teaching and the learning that's occurring at that time. So teachers are expected to communicate with the student and the family to provide information about that instructional plan. That needs to include how the student will receive instruction, how they'll access resources and materials. Of course, we have Seesaw and Schoology, and teachers readily post things there or will need to post things there. Once the teacher identifies the best plan, that could be pre-recorded lessons. Many of our math teachers, for example, have videos, and they might notify the family, I'm going to post those, and I'll post all of the assignments and the work for the student. It could be a class that's maybe more of a project-based class, like one of our art classes, where the teacher may say, it doesn't really make sense for them to stream in when the kids are coming in and get going on a project. I'm going to notify them with an email or a conversation, make sure they have the materials. Kids know that they can message me via Schoology. Or it could be that it's a class that really makes the most sense to do that live streaming for the direct instruction portion of the class. The student can come in while the teacher's teaching. Again, they access the materials, they can access the instruction. What we've really charged our teachers with is coming up with an educationally sound plan based on their content. At the secondary, they're really designing that by course. So a student's day might vary depending on the course that they're in, depending on the unit that they're in, and the learning that's occurring during that absence. At the elementary, we're really focusing on core classes, direct reading instruction, direct math instruction, and then teachers have flexibility. They might be doing a direct writing or a direct science lesson on any given day. They may invite students to come in for that morning meeting with the structure that they have and how that's scheduled, if it works for the student. So really, it is going to be a varied, customized plan, but we do have in place an option, and teachers know that they have an obligation and a responsibility to make sure that students have access to instruction. For students with absences that are 5 days or less, we're really following more of a standard protocol, not related to COVID, let me say, 5 days or less, where the teachers work with the family to provide work and to provide support, because often when a student is out with COVID or COVID symptoms or quarantining, they may not be ill. They can easily be doing their learning. But if you're a student who's home with strep throat and a temp of 102, that's not a good time to do quality learning. It doesn't make sense. By the time the teacher has it set up, you're returning to school. And so really, as soon as we're notified, teachers are notified within that day, and we expect that instruction will start within a subsequent day. The teacher needs a chance to get things set up and to communicate. So with that, that's an overview of that quarantining plan or COVID absent plan.
Questions for Dr. Ledoux? Katie?
A question for you on the quarantine.
Yeah.
For close contact, so not a positive case, kids are not sick. When you're talking about 5 days or less, 6 days or more, what is the instance when you have multiple quarantining issues in a semester that might be less than 5 days? So how is that played into the educational plan?
So we're looking at every COVID-related absence as likely being more than the 5 days. So there should be an educational plan that's put in place for every COVID absence. And they don't wait 5 days to get that educational plan. They get that educational plan on day 2 or 3. As soon as the parent notifies us, if it's out of school, if we're quarantining them, the teacher's being notified at the end of that day, the teacher's having a chance to get things started, and the next day or the following day, students should be engaged in instruction. So there isn't a waiting period of 5 days, it's just looking at what's the likelihood of the length of the absence, because teachers aren't readily streaming. Last year, we had students who were e-learning, we had different models that required teachers to be streaming. Now the teacher's needing to maybe, create or upload some materials and make sure everything's set up to go.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thanks.
yes.
Mike?
So as far as with the contract negotiations ending, right, and being successful, so that was prior to that. I would assume a lot of teachers were probably doing something of this nature, but maybe some weren't. And so now the expectation per the contract discussions is there for that the teachers are working and making sure that there's this communication with the students to make sure if it's 6 days or longer, that they have this plan in place.
Yeah, and
Just
again,
to clarify what the different
Yeah.
prior to and then post, because there's been some community comments around that of my child has been out quarantined, they're frustrated, again, because they haven't felt they've gotten the support, so.
prior to that conclusion of negotiations and the communication the week of September 20th, there was not that pathway necessarily that teachers were live streaming. With the contract settled, that is one of their options. They can have another option as long as it's a sound educational plan that provides students both instruction and access to materials.
Thank you.
The teachers have always had an expectation that they meet the needs of students who are absent. I mean, that's part of how we do business.
But just the live streaming piece was probably not as supported.
Well,
Correct.
Yeah, that's because of the delicacy of all those issues. We didn't want to rock the boat by telling people what the plan was, even though we knew what the plan would be if the contract was ratified, and it ultimately was.
I just wanted to clarify that because we had a lot of comments, community comments about that, and so this just adds that clarity.
Yep, during those first couple weeks of school, they wouldn't have seen that as a ready solution.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ledoux. So I think for the rest of the discussion, you're primarily interested in where you want to go next, or if you want to continue to do what you're now doing. And certainly, you've heard a lot of very important and valuable insights from people on all sides of this equation. I do think it's important to reflect back to the long meeting you had, like 50 speakers. There's been some articulation that those were favored one side or the other. The reality is they're within one person of being equal. So to think that, well, most of the people wanted this and you didn't do that, there was no most of the people. It was virtually equally divided. So I think that's an important fact of this input. But between the emails you get and the speakers at these meetings, it's very enlightening. And everybody has a heartfelt point of view and an experience that relates to their attitude. And so I think those are important to keep in mind. Also, before you made the decision in August, I provided you with a lot of studies, particularly around the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness of masks. One of the things that concerns me a lot is some people just think a mask is a mask. Well, they're not. A mask is a mask. They range all the way from having no value to the N95s, which have about a 95% effectiveness. And the KN95s are about at that same level. But it drops off dramatically after that in terms of effectiveness. So it's concerning that we've had so much people just relying on the value of a mask, and that could be a simple rag that's almost worthless versus a mask that really is effective. The one point I would like to make is that I think our scientists should be working on masks that are aimed at controlling COVID. The masks we're using are not intended for COVID experiences. And I think there are some. I heard a story on the local news the other night that there's a company in Minnesota now that's working on a fabric that will be much more effective in masks. So that masks can, in fact, be effective mitigants. So you had all that background, and there was my recommendation at that time was that no one be required to wear masks, but they would be recommended to wear a mask. And that's still one of the options that I would suggest that you might want to consider tonight. You've seen how well we've fared, if you will. I hate to take a lot of credit for how we're faring because it's such a teamwork of parents watching to make sure their kids aren't coming to school if they're ill, staff members making sure they don't come to school if they're ill, and of course, the ventilation systems we have now are really second to none. And you're seeing more and more of the scientists realize that those really are the real deal. They're making a big difference in how kids and adults can be infected at school. So even local experts on COVID have begun to advocate for those ventilation tools. A lot of what I think we've seen up front is that we often had the best that's available that people could recommend, and available being a big part of it. For a long time, they weren't recommending masks at all because masks weren't readily available. Then masks became available, and then they became a must-have for some people. So the ventilation is really a key to our basic mitigation, and then the cleaning that we do constantly, and the control of distancing and all of that. So you've seen how we compare relative to other districts that are doing a variety of things in terms of implementation. So one of the options, as I see it, for you to think about is to just continue what we're doing now. Keep the masking requirement just the way it is right now, with the masking being required from pre-K to 8th grade, and no masking requirement, but a strong recommendation at the high school for students and staff. And as you've seen, and as I watch daily, there's not a lot of difference between the high school level and the other grade levels in terms of cases. So, you know, our case numbers are so low that it's not happening. But we also, you know, and I live with this every day, that tomorrow could be different. You know, we live day to day, really, with all of this, and not knowing where COVID's going to decide to act. We have not had significant exposure incidents at school where kids clearly got it at school. And we may have one or two, maybe three. But we've had students whose parents claimed that they were vaccinated and they were wearing an N95 mask and they got COVID somewhere. You know, so there are those kinds of things that are just unexplainable. So the second option would be the original recommendation that I brought to you, that there not be masks required at all for students and staff. And then, of course, we'd have to modify the quarantining to fit that expectation. The third option that I would present to you is that you continue the recommended masks at the high school, and that you set a target of 35 days after the first availability of COVID vaccine for students who are 5 years and older, so that you'd give the community a target for when other masks would no longer be required but would continue to be recommended, and that would be 35 days after the initial availability of COVID vaccine for younger children. Nobody knows for sure how many of those children are going to be vaccinated. My own speculation, just knowing how parents deal with older kids and younger kids differently, is that we probably won't have the level of vaccination at the younger level. And I've heard some of the experts speculate that same way. But nobody knows. That's going to happen with parent decision-making. And then the fourth option that I would ask that you consider would be to change the masking requirements for grades 6 through 8 to match that of grades 9 through 12. So you'd then have just pre-K through grade 5 continue to have masks required. So those are the four options that I am offering to you to think about. And some of them you may just say that no way on those, and others you may have to really think about. But we do know that our students are affected, many of them more than others, mentally with masks. They're affected in some ways physically, their social impact, all of that. And so it's not just a matter, in my opinion, of taking the advice of CDC or MDH or local physicians who believe everybody should be masked. That's just part of the equation. And I think that's kind of how you treated it on the 19th of August, that, you know, you're listening to a lot of people, and you kind of divided the way you went with it. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Dr. Peterson first?
Just real quickly on number 4, change the masking expectations for students and staff in grades 6 through 8. There's going to be 6th graders that are going to be underneath the vaccination age limit. how would you consider dealing with them?
Well, I suggested that maybe we have a different policy for 6 versus 7 and 8. The principals don't want to really go that way. They'd prefer to be all masked, but I think, if we're going to treat vaccinated people the same, then 7 and 8 should be treated as we treat high schoolers. And the protection for younger children would come through the other mitigation that we have. In my original recommendation, I felt we have enough mitigation without requiring masking.
I think John was next.
Yeah, two comments. One is, I agree with you, Mark. I think if you have mixed populations, then you have to go back and relook at all the quarantine, because you'd have kids with masks, kids without masks, which would then force both kids home. And so I think that just gets sticky if you try to split grades. I'm looking at option 3, and thinking about timing. So here's what I like about option 3 is I like it because it time boxes when we would change, sort of force ourselves to change the mask policy. I think the changes I would make to that would be general availability, right? Because you could have early vaccinations come out, but trying to think about how do you get 5,000 families to pediatricians' offices in 35 days isn't, that's really a self-imposed, that's a self-inflicted wound. And so I would like to think as we think about 3, wording that to say something around, maybe it's 60 days after the general availability, because right now you can walk into any Cub, Walgreens, CVS and go get a vaccine. I don't know that if they're going to make that recommendation. So I haven't seen the recommendations of who's giving pediatric vaccines. And so I think before I time box ourselves into 35 days after availability, I like to see who can actually give the vaccine, and is it easy for parents to get it if they want it, versus putting ourselves into situations where parents can't get it, and then we've put some arbitrary timeline that masks become highly recommended. And highly recommended, I think, as we've seen from not only our district but neighboring districts, is optional at best, rarely used, probably. Highly recommended becomes rarely used. And I think that just creates chaos with an environment that we've done an exceptional job, as Annie has communicated, controlling so far.
Lisa?
Can you talk through, Dr. Peterson, a little bit about, just to make sure that we're all clear on what the quarantining would be as a result of some of these other options, or having Annie do it either way? Because I think that, the priority is to keep kids in school, right? There's a lot, I think a lot of important mental health pieces to all of this, but the keeping kids in school is a really big deal for that. And so part of the reason that we went the way that we did in the beginning was to keep kids in school. It wasn't because we were, analyzing all of the mask data necessarily. It was more that it allowed us to from a quarantine standpoint, to keep kids in school, so.
Right. So if the masking is not required, then there has to be quarantining of close contacts. And those are already established in the plan.
Right.
So that would change. But the other factor in what you just said is preventing the spread of COVID too. So if we believe that the mask in the schools where masking is required prevent it from getting to anyone else, then there's logic in following that pathway to do just what you said, of using that to keep kids in school. But we're not unnecessarily excluding kids from school under any plan. We're trying to protect them from having that pass. And given the quality of masks that some kids wear, even though it's within policy, they're not effective enough to prevent the spread of COVID. And so close contacts are at some risk in those situations. But there's more at work there. I don't want to get into all of that.
Right.
But there's more at work in that requirement than just that lack of quarantining if you have a mask requirement. But that is the rule. But you could have, I mean, you could change that too if you chose to, of having, not let close contact stay at school, even if it was a mask required. So that's just the recommendation from CDC and MDH. Mike?
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I think Dr. Peterson and actually everybody touched on it, but I think we should at least have it in our mind or talk a little bit about, yes, there's a medical aspect of this, but there's also an educational environment. And, obviously with the vaccination in the high school, the board felt compelled to not require masks in the high school. So there's something to be said about the educational environment, and I think Dr. Peterson alluded to that. And the board needs to take that into consideration as we move through some of these recommendations and move through COVID. Yes, we want to keep kids safe, we want to keep kids in school, but we've heard from a lot in our community, and we know that we're, 50% or greater than 50% language immersion in our elementary schools. I would say that an immersion environment with masks is going to be much different than without when it comes to gaining all of that. And the board needs to take that into consideration greatly. I think that goes into Dr. Peterson's original recommendation to have masks recommended for all staff. And so I think that needs to be said, and, any feedback from the board, we can talk about it if needs, but I think it's very important for us to consider that as we move through this. Good, so, I'm sorry, Katie, she's thinking?
I'm a lot of thoughts, but are you, to continue the conversation, is there going to be a motion that is put on the floor, or do you want us to still kind of discuss all the options?
So obviously we have 4 options on the table. I would say I'd throw it out to the board to feedback. Obviously, if we continued with the current masking and quarantining expectations at all levels, we probably wouldn't need a motion and to vote on that, but maybe we would. I would say any changes, we would have to have a motion from the board and to vote and discuss.
So with that then, a couple of things, hearing all the different options that are presented tonight, Annie's presentation on our COVID trends and mitigation that we're doing, options, masking options, medical options that we're providing to our families, our report and update regarding our quarantine. To me, as I look at specifically when it comes to the masking piece of our safe learning plan, we've already talked about tonight how there are many factors that are playing into keeping our COVID cases down. One of the things that is most important to me is keeping the kids in school, because it is the disruption, it is the change, it is even removing from having not to be in school because they're either sick or quarantined, it is that constant disruption that is really the hardest on our kids and on our families. So as we think about this, I think we also need to think about what that's going to look like for families, that should we make a change, this is also going to impact families who might have to take time off of work. And that too is a big disruption in people's lives. It is, we can't just blame the masks in a mental health piece of this, because it really is the global pandemic that is a piece of this. And goal 1 is incredibly important to us, that we taking into consideration all the social, emotional aspects of this. I'm losing my train of thought as I keep going, but the buildings look at, I'm so losing my thought, but I want the public to know, and those that reach out, that it is incredible. We're listening, and we really appreciate everything that you have to say, whether you are for a mask or you don't want a mask. But when I personally look at the Safe Learning Plan, it really is, how are we gonna move forward keeping our kids safe and in school? So whether or not that is putting a new motion on the table, or even I don't know if you wanna put the motion to stay as is. That's why I was asking where you wanna go.
I think we could, do all. I would say I would recommend we look at the 4 options, put a motion on the table, and then talk about it.
Yeah.
So the one thing that I think that I just don't want to lose track of, piggybacking on what Katie said, is that the Safe Learning Plan has many components to it. And when we first talked about this, we spent a lot of time, as we've said multiple times tonight, but we spent a lot of time thoughtfully looking at each one. And, you know, I don't want, we are listening to people, but it's also important to look at the whole picture. And, you know, I don't know which of our strategies is the most effective, right? So, I mean, I guess I think that there's so many great things in that plan, and maybe some of them we don't like as well as we like others, and different people have different opinions about different aspects of the plan. But if you look at those numbers, I guess I see that our plan seems to be, it's faring pretty well, right? It's not perfect. It's not, I mean, you know, none of us asked to be in the spot to be, you know, reading all this data and receiving, you know, all this feedback, which is super important. But I mean, you know, it's a lot to sift through. And, you know, I think that part of what we always do with any decision that we make is we look at results, right? We look at the data. And, you know, if I look at Annie's data, the results are good right now. I mean, they're not perfect. And maybe somebody happens to have a little bit better result, you know, because they did a little bit different things, but we don't know that for sure. We can't know that. So, I mean, I guess I personally don't have a need to make a change tonight because the COVID numbers aren't going up in the state. I wish they weren't. I wish the whole thing would go away, right? I mean, it's a tremendous mental health thing for everyone, right? I mean, the upheaval of it, the not knowing, all of those things are very difficult. But I mean, you know, it just feels to me like it's like we don't know. So you take masks away, great, what's gonna happen? We don't really know. It's not gonna make things better from a COVID standpoint. It may help some students' mental health. It may disrupt some other students' mental health. There are some people that feel very uncomfortable being around people without masks on. And we've heard from a lot of those people too. And, you know, I just think that we have to take all of that into consideration as we're talking about this.
Well, regardless of the, sorry.
Go ahead.
Our buildings and our staff do an excellent job working with our students, and I think it's really important to stress that as we continue to navigate the COVID path moving forward, it is incredibly important for our buildings to continue to work with kids that are struggling. So, and they do a really great job, but to continue to focus on that, because the mental well-being, the social and emotional aspect of this is incredible, and we do offer these co-located services throughout our buildings. So I really just want to acknowledge that Goal 1 piece of this, because it is incredibly important as we continue to look at our Safe Learning Plan. But the Safe Learning Plan is more than just masks. It is everything that we've talked about. It's the cleaning, the HEPA, the filtration. So it is just quarantine protocols. It just is a piece of it. So I mean, I'm happy to put a motion forward. I just don't know how you wanted to move forward with it, Chris.
Sure. I'll get back to you. Yep.
Good. Yeah, I mean, to me, the thing that first is, I think we can all agree we want to have the kids, as many kids be in the classroom as possible, right, safely, okay? I think the second thing is at least I became comfortable in the high school settling where we did because the high vaccination rates. So we know that vaccination is a huge plus, okay? So then when we get to the middle school, you know, it should be coming soon where it's going to be available. And so to John's point, I'd really like to understand how that could be implemented. So it's great to hear 74% or whatever the number of those eligible at the middle school. So it's just that population, mostly the sixth graders that haven't been able to get it. But I would feel comfortable that if they were able to, right, in a reasonable amount of time, that we'd have the same thing. It's recommended, just like the high school recommended, and then of course if it goes down to the elementary, the same type of policy. But I agree that we've spent a lot of money, definitely, in as far as we went through that laundry list of all the things that Paul outlined, right? $6 million plus, you know, that we spent in different COVID programs to really make sure the classrooms were as safe as possible, and for the 1,101 ventilation HEPA filtration systems we have in the classroom. So I think all those things are good. But unfortunately, I think, again, with the COVID rates in our community, right? Fortunately, it's not as much as the outstate, but still kind of high, and they can't be vaccinated. I think, you know, personally, I would struggle, you know, lifting that, you know, at the middle school and elementary until they're able to get vaccinated. Then once they're vaccinated, so I think the three, I just don't know that the timing, if, you know, the 35 days or what that amount is. I think if it's because what was pretty clear is that we could actually get people vaccinated quite quickly, right? Because there's so many different avenues that people can go from the, you know, at first it was very difficult, and then all of a sudden, you know, we get the dosage and then we get the kids, you know, vaccinated quickly. So that's where I see. You know, I think we've taken like a lot of commentary from all different facets of the community, and I appreciate all the engagement, but I personally think number three is, I'd like to, if we were gonna move one motion forward, discuss the pros and cons and language around that.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this at our last meeting when we voted this in. You know, the board has put itself in a difficult position by voting for a mask mandate to start, because now it's going to be incredibly hard for us to remove that, because we don't know with all these multi-layering strategies. You know, even with Annie's data, you know, there was different in that that box that we were talking about, there was different mitigation strategies. And so now we don't really know, you know, and the board still really hasn't come out with, you know, any metrics for continuing to make that decision. And so I get it and I understand, and I think I was supportive of the return to school plan because of, you know, the thousands of hours and all those different strategies and all of those different things going forward. While I was more apt to go with the recommendation, I was supportive of the board's discussion and really that goal of keeping kids in school. I think we're underselling the educational environment that masks bring. Not to downplay the medical standpoint of it, but you know, that's the process that I went through and continue to go through. And you know, and as we see it's a very difficult decision. There isn't a balanced decision that's going to meet all the needs of everybody and keep kids safe. And so it's incredibly different. And now we're I don't know that we have a metric or could come up with a metric in order to do that. I do think tying it to something, putting some tails to it that will sunset that as much as possible. You know, if vaccination is the key for the board, then, you know, to me it seems like 3 or 4 would be with some sort of days. I think we need to give our public and represent, you know, the residents in a way, and they're asking for this. And so we need to come up, and it's okay if the motion is to continue, and we will revisit it, of course, we're always going to revisit it. We're going to be flexible, as Dr. Peterson said. You know, yes, we feel this way today. All that could change tomorrow based on, and that's why it's so hard to put a number on any of these things. So, but I do think that the community is asking for how are we going to make this decision and when is it going to end? You know, and I don't know that we can do that today. I'm just trying to put it out to the board to consider.
So Chris, I think it's really fair to, you know, ask for some kind of tail, if you will, right? I mean, the hard thing about, like, I struggle with that 35-day timing too. You know, as has been mentioned, I mean, you know, I've read that we probably won't have a ruling on the Pfizer vaccines till sometime between Halloween and Thanksgiving. And then, you know, how available is it? How many people are gonna do it? Is it gonna, you know, what, like, you know, and that's just the Pfizer vaccine, so, you know, are other vaccines gonna come out? I mean, you know, you don't know for sure, right? I mean, you know, and there's still, I think, there's, you know, different dosages for pediatric vaccines, so maybe that would make it easier to get them. You know, I mean, I just don't know, right? So, I mean, the worry I have about option 3 is if we pick something like that, and then what if, you know, it doesn't work out the way that we think it's going to with the vaccine rollout, or it works out way faster? You know, I don't know. I mean, I suppose if it works out way faster, we could pull it in, but, you know, that's my struggle with that one, is just, like, I don't know, how do you know what the time frame is?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, Lisa, in thinking about that, right, recalling our conversation on the high school, right, we felt that once we hit 70% vaccinated, and we saw that trend continuing, marching towards 80, and thank you, Annie, for the updates, we felt at that point in time, we had enough, as part of our multi-layer strategy, now vaccines, right, having your population be 75% or more vaccinated became one of the multi-layer strategies, in addition to all the ones that were previously determined. So maybe as a way to still hold ourselves accountable to how do we define the tail, is there a different way to look at it to say, once the student population hits 70% across the board, right? Because Annie said right now, out of the eligibles, we're close to that now, right? But we just we're not at 100% eligibles in our middle school, right? Or 100% eligibles at our elementary school. And so maybe there's an opportunity for us to wind back some of these, one of the layers of our multi-layer strategy being face coverings, to lessen the requirements of that once our vaccination, part of the multi-layer strategy, hits 70% or more. I throw that as an option to create a clearly observable time frame and a set of requirements that get us to a point in time where masks aren't the current policy.
Good.
Just, I like that, because I think the community needs an endpoint, you know, something solid. And this might be a question for Annie. How are you able to actually quantify the percentages of the kids that are vaccinated? Where's that data coming from?
That's a great question. So there's a statewide immunization registry, the Minnesota Immunization Information Exchange, that we have amazing IT people that have found a way to have our Skyward data management system interact with MIC. So we do uploads on a regular basis that then imports that data from MIC, the state registry, into our Skyward database. For the most part, there are just a handful of providers that don't enter information into MIC. Most of the time they do. When somebody consents to an immunization, part of their consent is to have that data added to the statewide registry. So they are able to then upload that information to Skyward, where we're able to generate reports of the number that are vaccinated, along with the number of students that meet that criteria of being 12 or older. So this is real-time data that we're able to evaluate. And again, a handful of students may have been vaccinated. We didn't get the records, and that comes to light if they're identified as a close contact at the high school, for example. They're not on our list, and then the parent provides that vaccination record, and we upload it into our records. So I always say that's the very minimum, but most likely we're catching most of those kids, but that's how that happens. And it's a fairly laborious upload, but again, our IT people are absolutely amazing, and they make that happen, so that's where we get that data from.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Okay, this is going to be an unfair question, but for the, when the vaccination was made available to over 12, how long did it take for our high school to reach that 70% threshold?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't think I have the answer to that. So the access, because I'm trying to think, what was it first?
Well, you knew the 71% before school started, so.
Was that right? August? Yeah. Okay. So early August was when we ran. Yeah, August 16th, 17th is when we ran that. And some of the high school students that were 18 and older were able to access the Johnson & Johnson vaccine too. So we also track, and again, that's a great question too, because we also, if somebody got Johnson & Johnson, it's a one dose and you're fully immunized. So that's included in those counts. So it's not like we just look at, oh, this person has one dose, they're not fully immunized. We actually have it broken down by the type of vaccine that it is, so that we know that if it's a Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that student is considered fully vaccinated. If it's a Pfizer vaccine and they only have one dose, then they're partially vaccinated. So we look at all of those specifics too.
Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I'm going to follow on question on Mark's question around the process. So, Annie, when you think about normal vaccinations, right? So
Sure.
as we think about all the immunizations kids have to get, because the immunizations are meant to keep kids healthy and make sure we don't have an outbreak at school where all of a sudden we have half of our kids at home, right? And so when you think about the vaccines that are required for our kids to get an entrance into kindergarten, right, to get entrance into middle school, and then to get entrance into high school, and then even beyond into college, right, there's a different set of vaccinations. How does that process that you just described for COVID look the same or different than all the other vaccines, measles, mumps, rubella, Tdap, et cetera, that you have to keep track of for our student population?
And in terms of requirements, or?
Well, like, how do you know who's got what?
Yep, so that's a report that we can generate through Skyward, so our data management system. So I could go in aggregate data and say, run a report saying, I want to know every single student in the high school that's non-compliant for their second MMR dose.
Yep.
Or I could run a compliance report for you specifically, John, and say, oh, John's missing his tetanus booster.
Right.
So we could run it a variety of ways to determine our overall compliance if it's based on a specific immunization, or we could say, I can look at a student and say, oh, they're missing this shot. So, yep.
So in other words, this system's been out there for a while. This is just one more vaccine being put on the same rails of how does a school district keep track of kids' immunization to comply with whatever things we need to comply with to keep our
Correct.
student population healthy.
Yep.
Okay.
And for the most part too, again, there are those vaccines that are required, and parents certainly have an option to be compliant in one of three ways. They can get the vaccine, they can have a medical exemption, which means that the vaccine for whatever reason is medically contraindicated with a health condition that they might have, or they file what we call a non-medical exemption, saying that their conscientiously held beliefs are conflict with having that immunization given. And again, at this point, because the COVID vaccine is not required, there are a number of other vaccines that we also track that are not required, but that are great to have on record, just as a informational piece for students.
Thank you.
Yeah, talking a little bit about just the vaccine portion of it, I would caution us to have a percentage, especially when we're talking about young kids, because I think Dr. Peterson started, we don't know what families are going to, I was much more comfortable with my daughter getting the vaccine, going off to college and last year. I don't know, what my family's going to say for my fifth grader, and everything else is going to be different. And because it's not required, as Annie said, we're a district of choice in almost everything that we do. And so I would put if vaccines is where the board is going, I would put a timeline that families have the choice in order to do it. and then back it down from there, versus a percentage, because we may never get there. Versus, this vaccine's going to be a choice for people, and between them and their doctors and their families and all of that. So, I mean, putting a percentage, to me, I just think it would be difficult at this point. We don't know enough.
I was gonna say, I agree, I just don't think we know enough about it yet, so to put a percentage out there today would, I don't think that would do the district right.
And so I was just offering, Chris, that up as a point of discussion to
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
how
yeah.
did we get to the high school policy that we got to?
Yep.
Right, and vaccination rates of high schoolers was certainly one of the key multi-layer strategies that said, as we think about the high school mask highly recommended, rarely used policy of face coverings, that vaccination status was a key ingredient in that soup.
Yep.
Right,
Yep.
and that's why I'm trying to draw, is there a corollary to our middle school and elementary schools that gets us to a point where face covering policy changes, right, based on vaccination status? I certainly wasn't trying to peg it to a
Yeah,
percent
yeah,
or a
yep.
timing or whatever. I was just trying to port over the same logic that we use for the high school to the middle school and then the elementary school.
Yeah, John, I apologize if if my insinuation that
No,
you
it's
were
fine.
going
Just
for
wanted to
that.
be clear what my intention
That's
was.
not, I
Yeah.
wasn't trying to peg you to that point. I
Right.
was more just talking about it in general. And you make a good point of, okay, what was the time frame to get to that, for us to make that decision and feel comfortable? So, any other, yep.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just trying to lead us to what we're going to do here. So, this is, it's really the review of the Safe Learning Plan. From my standpoint, the board doesn't have to do anything at this point. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I can entertain a motion for one of the options and that we can talk about and see if we want to adopt tonight. So I don't know if it feels like the majority of the board, I don't know. I don't want to speak for the majority of the board. Does anybody have, yeah?
Mark's raising his hand.
Since we're talking about it, personally, I think what we've been doing health-wide, COVID mitigation-wise, has been proven to be working. Our multi-layer, with masks being one of the layers. I also agree that we don't have the data yet to put an end date on this. So I would be, my thought was just continue what we're doing until we have more end cap data, because it's working. Simply.
Katie?
Well, I think it's fair to say that we all don't want the masks.
No.
But I think by hearing what we're talking about here is that safe learning plan that we have, this is a piece of it. So I agree with you, Mark, that we should stay with the plan that we currently have. Taking a look again as we, whether it be a month from now, the beginning of November, maybe we'll have more information on what options there are for the younger kids getting the vaccine. Again, leaving that parent choice available. It is our goal to keep everybody safe and in school. And I think what we're doing right now is working based on the trends that are shown. And not to say it isn't going to change tomorrow, but if it does change, I think we have the ability to make a change as a board. So I'm in favor of staying with where we're at.
I mean, just, oh, sorry.
No, you guys did both at the same time.
No, I agree with you, Katie, but I do want to I want to walk away with this date that forces another conversation.
Absolutely.
So, if we do align behind that recommendation that you made, I would like to have in there a timing that we will relook at the whole safe learning policy. And I would like to peg it to some sort of vaccine, whether it be 30 days after the launch of you know, the pediatric vaccines. Or, I mean, I'd open to my peers, but whether it's January 1st, like whatever, but I want to make sure we don't walk out of this with an open-ended timetable. I don't think that helps us at all. I think if we do walk away with your recommendation, then there has to be, and we'll revisit this policy at this date, or when a certain set of events happen that's fairly easy observable and understandable by the public.
I mean, to that case, just as board leadership, I mean, I would think that we would have regular agendas with a review of the safe learning plan where we can, you know, bring something up. But, I mean, you know, we can either have a motion to tie the mask policy now, or we can just continue as is. I mean, as what you guys are saying, with the understanding that we'll revisit it, which we would anyways. Mark, I think.
Go ahead, Mark.
Along the same lines as John, with the vaccinations, I would never want to mandate, you know, that all of our students have to have vaccinations. With that said, the percentage of vaccinations that we had achieved at the high school before school started gave me the sense that we could go forward with how the plan is now. I mean, that was one of my layers. If and when we get more data about when the vaccination is available to 5 years old and up, we could call a special session, because then all of a sudden we have more quantifiable data that we could potentially act on.
When's it available? Who's going to distribute it? You know,
Right.
What's the first, second,
Yeah,
third,
what's
right?
what's
The
I
regimen.
mean, we don't have to wait till
No.
a regularly scheduled meeting. I think, you know, we should, we're flexible enough and agile enough where we can call a special meeting and get together and, you know, work on it, because no one wants to be where we are. We all want to move forward.
Okay, Katie?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I personally don't have enough, I'm not a medical professional. I don't have a crystal ball either, so I don't know when that date is, which is why I didn't specifically name it. I think there is enough flexibility that we could call something, or if you want to, John, take a look at it, maybe even in a month, maybe we'll know more about it. But we do safe learning plan updates often, so I think it could be at the next time we discuss it. So I'm open to when that is.
Yeah, our next, you know, we have a study session, I think the 28th, and then the next Thursday.
Yep.
We have November
4th.
I believe we have a regular meeting. That's what I was looking at, yep.
Yeah, so can I ask Andy a question? Because I also, you can yell from the cheap seats if you want. And so in listening to the conversation around when will we know more, as we think about the pediatric availability of this vaccine, like when is the medical community saying, we think, because what I don't want to do is like add it to a meeting and then move it, and then add it to a meeting and then move it, and have the public feel like we're just dragging them along, right? I would like to hear from somebody who's an expert in the medical field to say, okay, if we were going to pin it on a date, knowing that we could pull the date forward, but I just don't want to say we'll put it on 2 weeks from now, and then 2 weeks after that, and then 2 weeks after that. Like, how would you think about that?
So we had originally heard that it would likely get emergency authorization use before Halloween.
Okay.
That seems to have been retracted a little bit, and now we're hearing it might be closer to November. What we do know is once they authorize that meeting to make that decision as a group, it moves pretty quickly. The last time this happened with the 12 and older, the meeting happened on a Thursday, and they were vaccinating 12-year-olds by that Monday. So, but we had heard pretty strongly that it was going to be before Halloween, and now that's getting retracted a little bit. So, as Katie kind of said, we hear something and then it gets pulled back a little bit. So they don't have a firm hearing date at this point for when they could potentially get granted emergency use authorization. So if I were to say, if it, on the conservative side, beginning mid-November, on the very fast side, potentially the end of October.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think that plays straight into our study session date and our next regular session, so
Yep, we can always add it to the 28th, or the 4th might be.
Might be better.
Yep.
And I'm happy to update you with the data we have at that time comparable to what I shared now and give you any updates that I've heard. And again, the weekly calls continue with the Minnesota Department of Health. So they're pretty cutting edge and they keep us up to date what's happening. And unfortunately, sometimes 2 steps back, 1 step forward. And so, but I'm, again, always happy to get you whatever data that you might need to make those decisions.
Great. Thank you, Annie. So what I'm hearing from the board is that, there isn't a motion on the table. We will, it seems that we will continue with the current masking and quarantine expectations at all levels. With, I would say for the community, I think we talked a lot about it, but it seems that the board views vaccination status and the availability as a key component for us to revisit the masking mandate. So as this goes into notes and goes out to, I think it's important for the community to hear that. And that we will revisit it most likely at our next regular meeting, depending on the availability of assuming that the emergency authorization goes, and then the board will revisit. And I think it's important for the community to hear, that, to put a timeline onto, when we would feel comfortable at changing that recommendation. Is that a good summary? Capture what? Yep.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would add to that is, I think that I also heard everybody say we're committed as a group to listening to all the feedback that people have and to having this be a regular agenda item for us to keep reviewing, however many times we have to talk about it. It's important.
Yeah, Chris, just to add on to Lisa's comment, I mean, Annie presented a lot of good information, a lot of it which was new to me. I didn't realize other districts that had taken, so nobody knows like what the secret sauce is around these multi-layered mitigation strategies, right? Because you just don't, right? And you don't know what the drivers are. But I thought it was definitely new news to me to have other school districts who took a more liberal approach to face coverings and now have to revert course to face coverings, and in some ways even more restrictive than we are. And so I just wouldn't want to put that in jeopardy. And so I think as we go through this, it's not just about face coverings, it's relooking at all the things that we're doing as a district and what is, and I like your black bar to say, are we moving that black bar farther to the left with all the things that we're doing? Face cover, I mean, just all the things, right? And it's not just about a face covering. And I think that's the real prize we're looking for, is how do we continue to push that bar farther and farther to the left, which means we're keeping our kids safe and, quite honestly, in school.
Great. Anybody else?
Just one more thank you. Thank you to our district, to our nurses, to everybody who continues to serve the kids and continue to keep our staff and students safe. And you said it in the beginning, Annie, that it's been a harder start for your nurses and for some in the community, in the school. So I just want to say thank you. Nobody wanted to be here yet again. So I thank you, Dr. Peterson, for the recommendations, and we'll look forward to the next Safe Learning Plan update.
Couldn't say any better. Thank you, Katie. Moving on, our next agenda item is the appointment of election judges for November 2nd, 2021 school board election. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I recommend the election judges that are presented to you.
Can I have a motion to appoint the election judges and alternates for the November 2nd, 2021 school board election as listed?
So moved.
Second.
Lisa, Mark? Questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Our next agenda item is the approval of the sale of the 2021 I general obligation refunding bonds. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as you know, you approved the going out for sale of these general obligation bonds for the 2021 I, and now Mr. Bourgeois has the bids for you, so he will review them.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we had a really, seems like a long time ago already, but it seems like, well, we did have a really good set of sales of 5 different bonds the week of September 20th. And actually, just as a kind of an early synopsis of this before we get into them, but with the addition of the refundings of these bonds, we've actually, we're doing 13 different bond issues, but we were able to consolidate some and we refunded 18 individual bond issues this calendar year. So with our 2021A through 2021Ms, we're actually, we had net present value savings of $2.5 million. And that actually, we're up to 46, I was asked to mention this, but we're up to 46 cumulative bond refundings that we've done over the years. We're up to $25.5 million in cumulative net present value savings. So our first bond that we issued last week was the general obligation refunding bonds, and we brought the rate down from 3.32% down to 2% with, with net present value savings of $868,813. We'd ask that you approve that sale.
We lost our board chair.
I think we might have to wait a minute.
That's all right.
We just got a quorum.
I can
No,
stretch.
no, we do have a
You
quorum.
can do it.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yep.
okay. So the motion on the, may I have a motion
So moved.
to, okay, Lisa, second?
Second.
John Holcomb. All in favor of approval of the sale of the 2021I general obligation refunding bond, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks, Paul.
You did it, Mark.
You want to introduce the next?
Yeah. And now Mr. Bourgeois will give us the information on the sale of the 2021J general obligation refunding bonds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Acting Chair, and members of the board. So we had another good sale on this one. We had been expecting to refund these at 2.91% down to 1.91, but we were able to drop the rate down to 1.81%, and we had $63,903 in net present value savings. And again, these first two are just general obligation, not just, but general obligation bonds, so that reduces the overall levy.
Sorry, Paul. Thank you, Mark. Can I have a motion to approve the 2021 jail sale resolution as prepared by Dorsey and Whitney?
So moved.
John, second. Mike? Questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Our next agenda item is approval of sale of 2021K certificates of participation refunding bonds. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the next one are certificates of participation refunding bonds, and that's the 2021K, and Mr. Bourgeois will go over the details.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson. Mr. Chair, members of the board, actually these next two, K and L, are related to lease levy payment capacity that would free up payment capacity and lease levy for the Momentum building bonds, 2021 D and E. And so at this particular bond, we knew we had to drop the payment, and we thought we were going to be able to get rates from dropping it from 2.96 down to 2.78, and we'd have ended up with a net present value loss, but we needed to do that as a cost of building a building. However, we hit the market at a really good time, and so we dropped these things down to a total 2.22% interest rate rather than 2.78, and we had $19,918 in net present value savings. We also reduced the annual payments by $98,662 so that we could slide in those Momentum bonds. So we'd ask you to approve this sale.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the 2021 K sale resolution as prepared by Dorsey and Whitney?
So moved.
Mark, second.
Second.
Lisa? Questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the approval of the sale of the 2021L certificates of participation. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is also a certificate of participation refunding bond, and Mr. Bourgeois will go over the details.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Mr. Chair, members of the board, these we were hoping to hit, drop the rates from 3.62% down to 2.76, we actually were able to drop it down to 2.32%, and had net present value savings of $178,000, and we reduced the annual payments by $139,000. So again, that's helping us on the least likely to slide in the payments on the momentum bonds without having a tax increase for them.
That's almost 50 basis points, Paul. That's awesome. Can I have a motion to approve the 2021L sale resolution as prepared by Dorsey and Whitney?
So moved.
Lisa, second?
Second.
Mike, sorry. Questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Our next agenda item is the approval of the sale of 2021M Certificates of Participation Refunding Bonds. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is our final participation, certificate of participation refunding for the evening, and Mr. Bourgeois will go over the details.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson, and Mr. Chair, and members of the board. We were refunding these bonds to actually also create payment capacity in the operating capital fund, because that would help create space for the VANTAGE momentum payments that we were discussing earlier in the meeting. So we dropped the rate down from 4.22% down to 2.95%. And we had net present value savings of $76,771. And the annual payments are actually lowered by $119,290. So again, that kind of allows us to slot in. That covers about a third of the payments that we would be doing on a future bond for the VANTAGE momentum building.
Thank you, Paul. Can I have a motion to approve the 2021M sale resolution as prepared by Dorsey and Whitney?
So moved.
Lisa, second?
Second.
Mike, questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Yes. Yeah, no, yes, sorry.
I wanted to just say, now that we've gotten through this whole chain, thank you again, Paul. I mean, we went through all this in the Citizens Finance Advisory Committee, and, you know, I know it seems like it's, you know, boring, whatever, but it's so significant, all the savings that we've had, and that all goes back to our taxpayers and allows us to do more for kids. So thank you for all the charts and graphs and time and spreadsheets and all that you spend to figure this out, because most people would not. And so we really appreciate you for doing that, and your team.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad to do it, and yeah, we had some good support, so thank you.
Well, and it wouldn't be so boring if you told somebody who owns a house you were going to save $35,000.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Yeah, kudos to you, Paul. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Our next agenda item is approval of transfers to the general fund. Dr. Peterson. Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
I would like to make a motion to table A of the approval of transfers to the general fund.
do we have a second?
Second.
Lisa? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We will table the Section A approval transfer from OPEB fund to the general fund for one-time payments. So we will continue on to B, approval of transfer of OPEB trust fund to general fund for use in construction of new VANTAGE momentum building. Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item is on the agenda in anticipation that you might approve moving forward on the building, and so you have done that, and I'm recommending, and Mr. Bourgeois is too, that we transfer $7 million from the OPEB trust fund to the general fund, so that that's all in there as you go through the approval processes moving forward, and that it assures more of a stable environment as you go into the debt environment next year.
Great. Can I have a motion to approve the transfer of $7 million in excess assets from the OPEB trust fund to the general fund as presented?
So moved.
Lisa, second. Mike? Questions or comments? Lisa?
Just, I think that it bears repeating that we, you know, spent some considerable time in the Finance Committee talking about this topic, and I think people feel comfortable with the 3% rate of return and with the usage of the funds for construction and assets. And I know that Paul went through a pretty extensive presentation earlier in the meeting, so I just would hate for somebody to tune in at, 11:15 here and think that we're just willy-nilly doing this. So I think that we, had some good review and data about this and why this is the right structure for this debt tool and how it saves us money in the long run, so.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, I would echo that. Anybody watching, it's, Section 8, approval of Vantage Momentum Building. I would encourage them, if they fast forwarded to this, to go back to that and listen to the considerable discussion about this. Anybody else? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Great job, Paul.
Let's see, catch up. I need to get my papers out. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Lisa, Mark, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Board reports. Does anybody on the board have a report? John?
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to sit with the VANTAGE team as one of the advisors here this week, and just really impressed with how that program continues to develop under Roger Andre's leadership, and Dr. Peterson, and so many others. Some of the key aspects of we talked about is VANTAGE is a program built to combine, the things you're learning in a classroom with real-world applications and working on teams. So it's really about how do I work together as a team. And what's really emerged under Ansen and Roger Andres and other leaders is, gosh, working as a team is a new concept to most of these kids. Working under a team with pressures and deadlines and presentations to outside executives adds a whole nother layer of complexities. And then when you take these high school kids and you put them in an environment where there's asymmetries of, do they all actually know what the same goal are? Asymmetries of effort. Some kids are gonna work harder and some kids aren't gonna work harder, just by nature of, we've all been on those teams. Asymmetries of skill. Some kids are just more skilled than others. And asymmetry of information. It really came down to the undertaking this year within the VANTAGE program is how do we build in these leadership tracks about how to build highly effective teams. And so now you're going to take the richness of the class content, the opportunities to work in an industry, now put together as a team and actually talk to kids about how to actually form high-performing teams. And I just think that's really insightful. When you think about kids are just peers, right? And how do I motivate a group of peers to deliver high-performance products and presentations? I just think that's really good. They shared that public policy is off to a fantastic start. A lot of local politicians coming in and talking about their experiences that they've had about what it means to be in the public policy space, and they said there's this many of the speakers have just been really insightful. And they've also done a nice job of keeping their political viewpoint aside, right, and really talk about the arena of public policy, how it works, why it works, things to consider, which I thought was just great. They talked about new strands that they're considering, and then they also talked about the user experience strand, where we've got some strands that just aren't hitting our critical mass, and we really looked at that, and it's as relevant as it ever has. But if you think about what kids want to do, which is more web development, design, and those types of things, which is actually UX, but when you tell kids about, hey, join UX, they're like, well, I don't know what that is, right? And so they're really going to go under a good understanding of how do I think about the UX strand, and maybe whether it be a renaming or rebranding, because the job opportunities are out there. These are one of the most sought after job skills right now. And so the group felt really good about that as a strand, but really feel like we needed to rebrand that in a way that actually speaks to what the kids are looking for. Did I miss anything, Dr. Peterson?
No, you covered it well. And I would add that John contributed a great deal to the discussion.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you, John.
Thanks.
Great report. I would add to your user experience strand, and you're even starting to see some of these, the bigger tech companies, wanting even to take kids out of high school and that they will just train them. And so if they could come in with some sort of already experience, there might be more opportunities for them, to get into some of these companies or into startups even without a degree necessarily. So Yeah. Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you again to the Finance Committee. We had a great discussion, and I know I mentioned it 100 times, and I feel bad I'm not giving a board report during the board report section, but
Yeah.
I already kind of did it.
I feel like you've given your board report
Yes, so
throughout.
they're a great team, and it's really a pleasure to participate with them and with Paul and all of that, so. And, you know, I think I would also just like to say thank you to everybody who came tonight and has come and spoken to us and sent emails and, you know, reached out, because it's important for people to participate in the process. And that's, we're here to serve the community, and, I know that not everybody things won't play out the way everybody wants them to, especially when you make decisions that are contentious, but I think that people should know that we hear you and we appreciate you, but we have to make a decision that's the balanced for everyone, that's not partisan, that's not swayed by different factors, so.
Thank you, Lisa. Anybody else? Superintendent's report, Dr. Peterson.
Yeah, I have little to report that we haven't already covered, but we have completed the first month of school. The excitement of the kids in school has been genuine, and it's really fun to watch them enjoy being together and sharing that common experience. I think they are all proud of what they were able to do last year, but they like what we're doing now better. Also, we're talking to some pretty heavy hitters on momentum to support that program and expand the footprint. So it was a relief to see that you adopted option one, so we can put momentum in there as well as VANTAGE. Yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to be a day by day with COVID stuff. It just doesn't matter. While most of that happens outside of school and we just deal with the consequences, it's every day. And kids had a great homecoming. We won the football game and had a great parade, and kids had fun being together. And so, you know, I think it's just, I think it genuinely is more exciting for them because of what they went through last year. But, you know, it's fun for us who put our lives into this to see them enjoying it too, so.
Yeah.
Dr. Peterson has his own superfan shirt for the girls' swim team.
Yeah,
Swim
yeah,
dive.
they do. And they wiped out Edina.
They did.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Anybody have any announcements? Great. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved?
John, second?
Second.
Mark? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.